All right, let's get it started. We are going live, baby. It is 9:56, 10 a.m. in California. And how we looking? Instagram, not live yet. Pulling up Instagram right now, guys. Let's make sure we are on Instagram as well. Just a moment while I set up our Instagram. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, we are live on YouTube and we are live on Instagram. Awesome. All right, gonna wait till you guys all kind of get loaded up. Gonna wait for you guys to arrive and then we'll get started here. Gonna go to Instagram. What's up, guys? Hello, hello. Welcome to your morning medication, guys. About to get it started. We're just waiting for some of the others to join. I just went live, guys. Just went live. So we are waiting for the rest to join. And once they do, we are going to go live. So just hang tight for just a moment for us. What you're looking at right now is Comey's house. So we are apparently Comey is going to be arrested today. Is the news. So we're gonna take a look and see what happens. But just got started. State Line, good morning. Benjamin, good morning. What's going on, boys? 1 p.m. NC. 1 p.m. NC. Where is that, bro? 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 Eastern. By the way, State Line, we got Paulina. 1 p.m. North Carolina. It is 1 p.m. North Carolina. I need more coffee, bro. Holy smokes. And State Line, you're in, where are you at again? Yeah, we're about to get it started. Just waiting for the rest of everyone to join, bro. Everybody's gonna get on here pretty soon. Almost there. State Line, what state are you in, bro? Chicago. That's what I thought. So Pritzker is your famous leader of your state, bro, right? Supposedly. Pritzker, is that your man? Pritzker is your man, bro. Chirac, bro. All right, we're gonna get it started, bro. Waiting for everyone else to join up, get dialed in here. We're looking at Comey's house. Not that exciting. He's already ready for Halloween. All right, let's get it started here, dude. Let's go right here. So, this I thought was a really good one. Let's start here.
Time not too far from now.
Let's play this from the beginning.
Time not too far from now, when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover. I believe there will...
This is a serious thing happening, man, in Britain. It's your cousin Katie. Is that your cousin, bro? I bet she was cute when she was a little younger. I bet.
Come a time not too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover. I believe there will...
Benjamin, it's too early for me, bro. I haven't had my second cup of coffee yet, so I didn't catch on to that one. But yeah, that's Katie. I wonder what Katie looked like when she was younger. Katie Hopkins. Katie Hopkins younger. Is there such a thing? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Wait, is that her? Did she lose a lot of weight? Holy cow. Whoa. Okay. I'm competing with the wife over here. Coffee pot this morning needs more octane. Yes, sir, it does. It sure does. Good morning, Random. I had 2 cups of coffee and a rock star. Damn, you are ready to rock, bro. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. By the way, I added Paulina Luna at the request of State Line. So we got Paulina Luna in there. Little palette cleanser. All right. Okay, again, guys, just to run it through real quick. Then we got Carolyn, we got Caitlin, and then we got Mary. All right. Boom. Okay. So let's keep going. So, guys, this is becoming a major thing. I know they're kind of sounding the alarm, so to speak, but I'm going to play this one more time because everyone's now online and coming on because we just got started here. Good morning, guys. Welcome to your morning medication. It's 10 a.m. and we are getting it started. Let's go, baby. Carolyn Levitt and Ben Shapiro's sister.
Come a time not...
Carolyn Levitt and Ben Shapiro's sister. Who's that? Lou, welcome to the chat. Ben Shapiro's sister. You're saying this is Ben Shapiro's sister? No. Random says he's also had like 6 dabs. Dang, bro, you're on a good one this morning, dude. I don't think this girl works at Daily Wire. I don't think she is Shapiro's sister, but she works there. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me. But this right here is a problem, guys. We've been talking about this for a little while on the stream. So let's hit play here one more time for everyone that just joined.
Too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries. Or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand.
That's crazy, man. She's talking about British. At some point, we'll have to seek asylum coming to America, flee to like Poland and countries like that. Do you guys think that could be a reality soon? Like, do you think that could actually happen, or do you think this last part she says is going to happen?
And their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover. I believe.
So I think you make a good point, of course, Random. It's a little tiny country. And I agree with D. Welcome, D. Thank you for joining. D says, stand and fight. Once it kicks off, others will come help. I definitely agree that others will come and help. And but it's it's pretty wild, guys. They've been trying to stand up and fight, but their government keeps putting them in jail. So I don't know. They still got Starmer in power. I mean, and you know, you guys all know Starmer. He's a beta male. Oh yeah, I got some new buttons too, some new sound buttons here, guys. So you know we got this one. Beta male. And then we got some more. We got this one right here.
Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy.
So we got those. And then I got some more. So I got Joe Biden. You guys want to hear Joe Biden? I got Joe Biden, bro. State Line says we're being isolated towards digital ID. Yeah, they are. It's getting pushed over there hard. It would be like if 500,000 people moved onto Staten Island overnight. Wow, bro, that's insane. Oh, let me do chat all messages. You're right. Let me do that. Thank you, Random. There it is. Okay, here we go. Mr. Sloss says people aren't happy with the boats crossing the channel. They don't mind immigration. Dude, Random, thanks for reminding me, bro. That was a good one. Good call. Lou says, everyone I can ask from the UK about the invasion has said the same thing. They are not happy about all immigrants at all. Benjamin says, F digital ID, that's the mark of the beast. Bill Gates want to bring it here, and Gates is a demon and kitty lover. Legal immigrate, that's the answer, Rose. Legal immigration, and there is a way to do it. So that people know what the heck is going on with their countries, bro. Do we want to hear Biden real quick? Should we hear Biden?
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
Yes, actually, I do have a Discord server. I haven't really done much with it yet, so I'm in the process of setting it up. If you know how to work it and stuff like, Jen's already asked me about it, so I was gonna, figure out who wants to help out and maybe help moderate if you guys want to, if you guys are down. And so we can kind of get that up and running, so we have a place that we can get together. So the Discord server is the same name, Medication Live, and let me see if that's something I can post up here, but we'll work on that soon. There's nothing there right now, but we'll jump on it. I have been on Discord for about a decade. Yeah, random. Discord is something that I kind of have looked at here and there, but it's not like my thing, to be honest. So that's why I do need a little help getting that dialed in. And then so if you're down, bro, we'll get that dialed in maybe a little bit further into the stream. And we'll go. I'm gonna go right here though, because this is for since it's October 8th. Yesterday was October 7th, and we discussed October 7th, and we discussed Israel and Palestine. It would be a good place for us to hang out when you're not live. Yeah, well, let's do that, bro. Should I pull that up? Discord. Let me pull that up, bro. Here we go. Here we go. 1 second. Okay. This one is big. Since it's October 8th now, we discussed Israel and stuff. I'm going to pull that up while we're looking at this, but check this out, man. This is pretty big. Check this out.
Hamas, which happened.
Let me do a refresh on this. Hang on.
As far as I know, I was the first staffer to erase information from the story because we were threatened by Hamas, which happened at the very end of 2008. We had a great reporter in Gaza, a Palestinian, who had always been really an excellent reporter. We had a detail in a story. The detail was a crucial one. It was that Hamas fighters were dressed as civilians and were being counted as civilians in the death toll. An important thing to know, that went out in an AP story. The reporter called me a few hours later. It was clear that someone had spoken to him. And he told me, I was on the desk in Jerusalem, so I was kind of writing the story from the main bureau in Jerusalem. And he said, Mati, you have to take that detail out of the story. And it was clear that someone had threatened him. I took the detail out of the story. I suggested to our editors that we note in an editor's note that we were now complying with Hamas censorship. I was overruled. And from that point in time, the AP, like all of its sister organizations, collaborates with Hamas censorship in Gaza. What does that mean? You'll see a lot of dead civilians and you won't see dead militants. You won't have a clear idea of what the Hamas military strategy is. And this is the kicker, the center of the coverage will be a casualty number that is provided to the press by something called the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we've been doing that since 2008. And it's a way of basically settling the story before you get into any other information. Because when you put, when you say 50 Palestinians were killed and 1 Israeli on a given day, it doesn't matter what else you say. The numbers kind of tell their own story, and it's a way of kind of settling the story with something that sounds like a concrete statistic, and the statistic is being, given to us by one of the combatant sides. But because the reporters sympathize with that side, they're happy to play along. So since 2008, certainly since 2014, when we had another serious war in Gaza, the press has not been covering in Gaza. The press has been essentially an amplifier for one of the most poisonous ideologies on earth. Hamas has figured out how to make the press amplify its messaging rather than covering Hamas. There are no Western reporters in Gaza. All of the reporters in Gaza are Palestinians, and those people fall into 3 categories. Some of them identify with Hamas. Some of them are intimidated by Hamas and won't cross Hamas, which makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to cross Hamas either. And the third category is people who actually belong to Hamas. That's where the information from Gaza is coming from. And as far as I know, I was the first staffer to erase information from the story because we were threatened by Hamas, which happened at the very end.
So it's pretty interesting, man. again, I don't know if this is 100% true, but this is something that just came across, and I was like, wow, this is insane. So they are literally calling it out. There's no actual reporters there. Anyone that's getting information from Hamas is getting it from basically filtered information from Hamas, whether it's from an actual Hamas person, someone that Hamas has approved to do it and is filtering their information. Benjamin says Hamas hides underground while the Palestinians die above ground. Beta.
The Great White Hope. Beta male.
Yeah, that's pretty beta for Hamas, bro.
Beta.
Hiding underground while Palestinians die above ground is definitely
Beta. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Yeah, that's horrible, bro. So that was this was pretty, I mean, we kind of already understood it, but to hear it the way this guy explained it is pretty wild. Random says, I was thinking about this last night and I changed my opinion. Yeah, that's why we're talking about it. Sweet, bro.
Of 2008, we had a great reporter in Gaza, a Palestinian, who had always been really an excellent reporter. We had a detail in a story. The detail was a crucial one. It was that Hamas fighters were dressed as civilians and were being counted as civilians in the death toll. An important thing to know.
So Hamas was being dressed as civilians and they were being counted as part of the death toll. What's up, Crazy Ange? What's up, Ange? What's up? Not Ange. Ange. What's up? Hello, Medi. Late to the party again. No, you're not that late. We just kicked it off. You're like 15, 20 minutes into it. So we just got started, guys. Hamas are the same people with the same ideology that brought down the Twin Towers. And the woke in the West are supporting them. Go figure. Raider, W Raider, welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. Yeah, so let's continue with what this guy was saying. He was saying that the Hamas dress as they dress Hamas as Palestinians, so they get counted as part of the civilian population that is being killed.
That went out in an AP story. The reporter called me a few hours later. It was clear that someone had spoken to him. And he told me, I was on the desk in Jerusalem, so I was kind of writing the story from the main bureau in Jerusalem. And he said, Mati, you have to take that detail out of the story. And it was clear that someone had threatened him. I took the detail out of the story. I suggested to our editors that we note in an editor's note that we were now complying with Hamas censorship. I was overruled. And from that point in time, the AP, like all of its sister organizations, collaborates with Hamas censorship in Gaza. What does that mean? You'll see a lot of dead civilians and you won't see dead militants. You won't have a clear idea of what the Hamas military strategy is. And this is the kicker, the center of the coverage will be a number, a casualty number that is provided to the press by something called the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we've been doing that since 2008. And it's a way of basically settling the story before you get into any other information. Because when you put, when you say 50 Palestinians were killed and 1 Israeli on a given day, it doesn't matter what else you say. The numbers kind of tell their own story, and it's a way of kind of settling the story with something that sounds like a concrete statistic, and the statistic is being, given to us by one of the combatant sides. But
are you out of your cotton picking mind? Are you out?
Okay. Oh, I put something on. I put some sound on. Whoops.
Okay, geez. I put the robot sound on. Holy cow. Okay.
So you're gay?
Okay. So, yeah, that was a robot sound. I was trying to find...
I don't know where you're getting your statistics.
For this clip. Yeah, that was a wacky one, bro. All right, so that's pretty wild, guys. We already knew this to some extent, but to hear it from them directly like that is pretty interesting. I pulled up the Discord, and so I'm on the Discord server right now. I'm going to share that with you. How do I send this to you? So here's Discord, invite to server, copy. This is the Discord server. So for those of you that want to check it out, let me know. And then Random, if you want to jump on, bro, and you want me to add you as like a manager on it or something, let me know so you can do your thing and dial it in. All good, bro. I'm down. Let me know. Michael Thomas says, Min, not much to catch up. You're not that late. We're only like 20 minutes into it. We're looking at, we did some October 7th, a clip on October 7th, and we also did one on the Muslim takeover of England and the rest of the EU, the rest of Europe. So this is worth playing again because this is literally what I've been looking at this a lot. And this to me is just blowing my mind. I actually was gonna go to Europe and take my live streaming whole backpack and everything with me and actually like live stream this to you guys as I'm seeing it. But some of you guys talked me out of doing some of this stuff. So let me just, let me hit play on this so you know what I'm talking about.
Believe there will come a time not too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground.
Or they will stand their ground. My guess is they're trying to stand their ground right now, right? So let me just hit refresh on this. Hang on, guys, 1 second. Let's go like that. So they will either flee to Poland and some other neighboring countries that have better laws in place that are not like France, for example, which is also being overrun. I don't know, is Germany also being overrun too? And then, or they will seek asylum and come to the United States, which we'll be happy to take them. And I mean, or not and, but or they will stand their ground. Let's hear this again. What's up, Gabriella? Hello, hello.
Come a time not too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover. I believe.
Yes, and as you guys mentioned in the chat, it is a tiny country, and it is a takeover. It's insane. It is insane. It says link invalid or expired. Really? Let me just give you the server number, or maybe my server's not open for you to join it. I don't know. Let me just see. Server. I don't know, bro. This is can you look it up by this number right here? The H. Can you look it up by this number right here? I don't know. Min says Medi would love. I would totally love Scottish Kyrian. Should I look that up? Scottish Kyrian. It says grant temporary members are automatically kicked when they disconnect unless a role has been assigned. Generate new link. here's a let me know if that link works. The Scottish Korean. The Scottish Korean. The Scottish Korean. Is he on YouTube? Ryan Williams? The Scottish Korean. Let me stop that so I don't get music. Yep, he's on IG mostly. He trolls Islam hard. Okay. Dude, bookmark, bro. Bookmarked, and also his Instagram bookmark. Let's pull him up, bro. Let's should we give him a follow, bro? Where is he at? He's got 490K. Should we give him a follow? This is him, guys. Guys, this is the Scottish Korean. I'll give him a follow. And then when I'm not at war with jihad.
Ryan Williams, also known as Korean online and conservative political strategist.
Well, I mean, the reason I've got bacon on my shoulders is because the terrorists are a charming lot and they threaten to behead me every single day. So a little bit of protection. But I've got to say, you know, I'm from the UK. We have the threat nearly every single day from Islam invasion. Our second biggest city, Birmingham, is already majority Muslim. Our mayor of London is Muslim. And the new Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is Muslim. And I just have a very clear, simple message to Muslims, which is stop worshipping a pedo warlord who's the Bonnie Blue of the 7th century, sleeping with 30 Al-Zouk men, who married a six-year-old and slept with a 9-year-old. And there's only one culture that pours acid on women's faces. There's only one culture that makes women cover their faces so other men don't rape them.
Yeah, well, and I think it's important. We do have to apologize for what was.
I like this guy already, bro. I like him already. The bacon on the collar, bro. He's trolling hard with that. Let's see that one more time. Hold on. Does he have his own video of it? A clear one, a good one that we could watch? The Scottish Korean. This is gonna be my new buddy. look at the bacon right here.
Well, I mean, the reason I've got bacon on my shoulders is because the terrorists are a charming lot and they threaten to behead me every single day. So a little bit of protection. But I've got to say, you know, I'm from the UK. We have the threat nearly every single day from Islam invasion. Our second biggest city, Birmingham, is already majority Muslim. Our mayor of London is Muslim. And the new Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is Muslim. And I just have a very clear, simple message to Muslims, which is stop worshipping a pedo warlord who's the Bonnie Blue of the 7th century, sleeping with 30 Al-Zouk men, who married a six-year-old and slept with a 9-year-old. And there's only one culture that pours acid on women's faces. There's only one culture that makes women cover their faces so other men don't rape them.
Yeah, well, and I think it's important. We do have to.
Dude, that's
amazing. That's amazing.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's amazing. What the? That's amazing.
That's amazing, dude. Okay, maybe I'll hit him up and get him on the show one day. Hell yeah, hell yeah. All right, bro. Thank you, man. That's a good look on that one. Let me subscribe to him as well on YouTube. And there's a video of him, you said, where he does something. Probably not on YouTube, probably on Instagram. He said the bacon is major alpha, bro. That is major.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
I love it. Aurelio? Is it? Oh, Aurelio. Aurelio. Sorry, I didn't see the I. Aurelio says balls of steel. I like it, bro. That is really good. Muhammad once killed a man and married his widow. He was a warlord pedo. Yeah, dude. W. Malakath. Flip this says religious war equals people fighting over whose imaginary friend is better. Whose imaginary friend is better. Yeah, I think I actually am not any religion, bro, because I have a different, way that I look at things. But I think it's crazy to have people doing this wild shit and having major effects on people's lives over their religion. It's absolutely bonkers. And the fact that they don't like where they live, they come to other places that are not Islamic countries, and they don't want to assimilate. Now I'm not talking about regular, Muslims. I'm talking about radicals, right? They don't want to, speak English. They don't want to assimilate in any way, and they want to make it, and they want to create Sharia law, and they want to make it more like the places that they ran away from. So that, to me, help, make it make sense, guys. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Where can you get the full video? Which full video? And then which one were you talking about? You said pull up his other video. I'm in your Discord. You're in my Discord, bro. Let me see. Oh, there you are. Yes, you are. Random. There you are, bro. So what should I do? Click on your name, and then I go to more, and I go to, how can I add you as like a manager? Open in mod view, add friend. Okay. More, view profile, invite to server, ignore. Okay, so random, I got to figure out how to add you as a moderator or something on the Discord, bro. So let me know how I do that. Random. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'll figure this out. Okay, so yeah, we can mess with it later. Sweet, bro. But at least we have the server, and we got a server link now. Sweet, guys. We got the Discord server set up. All right, so look up the Scottish Korean Mama Jen. Scottish Korean Mama Jen. Let's see here, bro. There's a Korean mama. Scottish Korean, no. Oh, you're talking. Okay, never mind. What am I saying? Okay, my bad, bro. All right. So, let me know which one of his videos we're gonna look up. But that was wild. Can't believe it, bro. Dude, England is. I wonder if they're gonna be able to make it, bro. It's pretty wild, man. They're trying to stand up for themselves right now, but we don't know what's gonna happen, dude. We're rooting for them. And I think whoever that was that mentioned that, you're right. We'll back them up if they need it. That's my belief. The full video of the Gaza lies. You're talking about this video right here?
Because the reporters sympathize with that side. They're happy to play along. So since 2008, certainly since 2014, when we had another serious war in Gaza, the press has...
Here, let me just hit play on it
I
again.
was the first staffer to erase information from the story because we were threatened by Hamas, which happened at the very end of 2008. We had a great reporter in Gaza, a Palestinian, who had always been really an excellent reporter. We had a detail in a story. The detail was a crucial one. It was that Hamas fighters were dressed as civilians and were being counted as civilians in the death toll. An important thing to know, that went out in an AP story. The reporter called me a few hours later. It was clear that someone had spoken to him. And he told me, I was on the desk in Jerusalem, so I was kind of writing the story from the main bureau in Jerusalem. And he said, Mati, you have to take that detail out of the story. And it was clear that someone had threatened him. I took the detail out of the story. I suggested to our editors that we note in an editor's note that we were now complying with Hamas censorship. I was overruled. And from that point in time, the AP, like all of its sister organizations, collaborates with Hamas censorship in Gaza. What does that mean? You'll see a lot of dead civilians and you won't see dead militants. You won't have a clear idea of what the Hamas military strategy is. And this is the kicker, the center of the coverage will be a number, a casualty number that is provided to the press by something called the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we've been doing that since 2008. And it's a way of basically settling the story before you get into any other information. Because when you put, when you say 50 Palestinians were killed and 1 Israeli on a given day, it doesn't matter what else you say. The numbers kind of tell their own story, and it's a way of kind of settling the story with something that sounds like a concrete statistic, and the statistic is being, given to us by one of the combatant sides. But because the reporters sympathize with that side, they're happy to play along. So since 2008, certainly since 2014, when we had another serious war in Gaza, the press has not been covering in Gaza. The press has been essentially an amplifier for one of the most poisonous ideologies on earth. Hamas has figured out how to make the press amplify its messaging rather than covering Hamas. There are no Western reporters in Gaza. All of the reporters in Gaza are Palestinians, and those people fall into three categories. Some of them identify with Hamas. Some of them are intimidated by Hamas and won't cross Hamas, which makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to cross Hamas either. And the third category is people who actually belong to Hamas.
So yeah, Mama, there you go. That's the video right there. So that's one that's, again, it's something that we kind of knew, but it's just wild to hear it like this straight from someone that's been covering it. All right, guys, let's, this is another one here. So we're going to go right here to the one and only. Oh.
There are no reporters down there giving coverage to the fact that...
Let's do this one more time.
...bureau in a tunnel in Gaza, where there are no reporters down there giving coverage to the fact that even as we speak, not only are 28 deceased hostages still being held cruelly for no reason other than to torture, but 20 are alive and living in horrific conditions, which the world doesn't see because there is no coverage. The only way the world sees, the only way the world hears about the conditions of those 20 living hostages is you. You are the cameras in the tunnel. You are the voice that has not allowed the world to forget. And you have inspired us. And in particular, I want you to know, and perhaps it comes across in the media coverage, and maybe it does not, how much you have impacted the President of the United States. In every instance that he has been asked about the future of what should happen, he always begins or ends by saying, everyone needs to remember what happened on October 7th. There is no CNN bureau in a tunnel in Gaza, where there are no reporters down there giving coverage.
Yeah, so this kind of just piggybacks on that prior video, to be honest. And I mean, that's the reality of it. Everyone is on the other side. Nobody's hearing this other side. Look up Love Tuesday from U.S. troops in the Middle East. As you know, then, any Western reporters that go there are going to end up hostages themselves. Greta posted an Israel hostage pic and said he was a Palestinian tortured by Israel. Yep. Yep. Quick palate cleanser, guys. Quick palate cleanser. This is Mary. This is Caitlin. This is Carolyn. And this is Paulina. Quick palate cleanser, guys. Oh, look who's back. It's Kane. Kane is back, guys. Kane is back. I just noticed you, bro. Welcome back, buddy. He says, "Oh, I thought we didn't like women here." No, we love women, buddy. I don't know where where you been or what you saw or what you thought, but we love women, bro.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
We love women, bro. But we just had to do a quick palate cleanse. This is Paulina.
What the? I didn't know you were gay.
Come on, Kane.
So you were gay? I didn't know you were gay.
Your hair made me think otherwise. You don't like my hair, bro, today? You don't like my hair today? I did a little different. I did a little bit different, bro. You don't like it today? More of that slick back, bro, not the comb over. Republicans repel women. Not real women. We repel men that have trans into women, not real women. I did by the way, guys, again, I did a special. I went out on live. Okay, I'm pulling this up for you guys. Let me, we got the palate cleansing done. Okay. So now we're back here. I did this on live, guys. So if you are curious, it's called Women Are Back and They Want Real Men. I literally went to Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, and I did a whole thing. So here, check this out.
Used to be, I guess.
Do you feel
provider?
Yeah. Yeah. From well, it seems like we've kind of went one direction, and now we're coming back. Now they want. Where's the where? There we go.
There's a series on YouTube. It's called "Women Are Back and They Want Real Men."
Wow.
What do you guys think?
Sounds cool.
Women are back and want real men.
Yeah. Yeah. What does that mean to you? What do you think? Are women back? From well, it seems like we've kind of went one direction, and now we're coming back. Now they want real men that will be providers, men that will be protectors. No more soy boys.
Oh, I guess we've been married we have a daughter that's 33, so.
Right on, right on, amazing. So what do you?
Cycled back to where it used to be, I guess.
Do you feel?
Provider.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There you
it
go.
Certainly has. I feel like it has, and that's why I'm doing.
This right here is Newport Beach. I do this in Huntington Beach and other places. So I've done, this is a series. This is episode 3 so far of this series. Let's see here. What do these guys say?
All right, off to a good start. Here we go. Keep going. Hey guys, I'm doing a YouTube series.
Okay.
It's called "Women Are Back and They Want Real Men."
Okay.
What do you think?
I have a real man.
You have a real man? Is this a real man?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, right on.
I was born a woman, but.
Come on.
Now he's trolling.
You guys get what I'm saying, right? Okay. Do you feel like we're making kind of a correction, and or we're in the works, or in the process of it? Feel like
if you're in Orange County, you'll get one answer. If you go to LA County, you'll get a different answer.
You'd be surprised. I've been to, this is my 3rd episode now. I've been to Orange Circle. I went to Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
In both places, I got mixed answers. I thought HB would be super, in agreement, agree with me. They did for the most part, but you can tell there's people holding back. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think we're making they want real men?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah.
You're live on YouTube, by the way.
Say it again, bro? My bad.
I said women are back and they want real men.
They're back right now?
They're on their way back, or they're coming back.
I don't think women are back.
They're not back yet?
I don't think so, man.
I think the social media, bro. The social media messed everything up, bro. As far as like the Instagram,
honestly, with
all
me
that,
too,
like
it
got with all these girls' head, bro. Like
it's got them spun, right?
They're living in like.
Yeah, well, they got all these like.
They're not living in reality, bro. Yeah.
What do they call that stuff? Like?
They're in La La Land, bro.
Yeah,
that's what
bro,
it is.
They get a couple likes, so you know what I'm saying, on the pictures of, you know what I'm saying. They post a couple pictures, they get a couple likes or whatever, bro, and then take that to their head, bro. You know what I'm saying? You hit on them now, you hit on a girl that's probably like a 5, bro. And they probably think they're a 10, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
most of these girls think they're like their mom models.
Like,
and not to bring them down and everything like that, but like, you know, not to bring down your ego a little bit. You know,
sure.
Like, you're not all that. You know, like, but we're out here fucking grinding, making the money. You know, but nowadays most of these girls make it seem like you go out with a girl and they just like literally they just want money. You know. Like,
do you feel like for some time, women were more into, other kind of values, and now they're finding more value in guys that are hustlers, that are making good money, and they want to have a family
I think
more.
they already want like a ready set life, like pretty much like the guys are already like they're already self-made, so here, so they won't have to work hard for it, So they already want like a life that's already made already, pretty much, Pretty much made out.
I think you're touching on something which is important, because you're kind of talking about gold diggers in a way, right? Is that the term? Am I saying it right? Yeah.
That's how it is now.
But I feel like now, as opposed to just wanting a man that.
I see these videos, bro. I watch all.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
It's like.
So again, guys, this is live in this was a live stream I did in Newport Beach, and it's exactly what you guys are talking about. Women are back and they want real men. But I think we're in it's a process. We're in the middle of it. So anyway, I will play that little. This is actually not bad. Let's see what he says. Or what she says, I think she gets into it.
I'm not.
Not trying to put you on the spot, but if you have something to say, this is your chance.
I feel like you got something.
Yeah, I'm not good at
No, it's like, what does that make you think? What do you think of when I say that?
I love my girlfriend. My girlfriend.
My opinion is yes. We want real men.
Right? You want real men that'll be protectors, providers, men that you don't have to hold the door for or open the door for.
No, hell
you don't have to hold his purse.
Hell no.
You don't. That's your boyfriend? She doesn't have to hold your purse, right?
Hopefully not.
All right, guys. Nice chatting with you. Thanks for talking to me. Anyway, it's all live. I don't pick and choose clips to post, so you can see a whole unfiltered live stream on that. So let's keep going. Actually, now that you guys brought that up, let's go into this right here.
If someone is pickier, has more options, is more fantastic. So if someone is pickier, has more options, is more likely to leave the relationship, who needs to feel more satisfied to stay in the fucking relationship?
Women.
Oh, fantastic. How does a woman stay satisfied in a relationship? She needs to feel like she has the best guy, correct? Right? She needs to feel like she has the best deal, right? Yeah. So if she feels like she has the best deal, she's not going to leave. So guess what she needs to feel like she has the best deal? She needs to like the guy more than he likes her. That's why.
Someone's always like someone else more.
It never works the other way around. When the man likes the woman more, she feels like she's better. If one feels like she's better, guess what? She thinks she can do better, and she does better. That's why girls suffer from so much anxiety and depression in relationships. You have a therapist here telling you. I already knew this shit.
Social media.
But she proves my point. With social media and the way women move and the way they want the bigger, better deal, social media has exacerbated the problem. So the man needs to absolutely be in a position where the woman adores him. It never works the other way around. Okay? It takes to be attractive for a man. And the things it takes to be attractive for a man are not necessarily easy to come by.
What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this specific point right here? Because this is very interesting. So let me just see if I can hit this damn mic is muted every time I start this. 1, 2, 3.
And women are pickier, and the things it takes to be attractive for a man are not necessarily easy to come by.
The things it takes to be attractive as a man are things that are not necessarily easy to come by. Do you guys agree that to be attractive as a man, you have to do things that are not easy to come by, or you have to have things, or be doing things that are not easy to come by? What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that is true? Do you think that it?
No.
So
let's do
women
that
are
again.
Women are pickier, and the things it takes to be attractive for a man are not necessarily easy to come by. Okay, so would it be fair to say that it's harder to satisfy a woman, right, for a man than it is for a woman to satisfy?
Yes. Yes.
So a man has to work harder to satisfy a woman than she has to do the other way around.
What type of satisfaction are we talking about?
To be attractive to even get the foot in the door.
He ain't lying.
Listen,
about
all
that.
you gotta do is have sex with a man sometimes, and you good. You're in there. That pussy good, baby. I love you.
Not even that.
I'm just saying. Period. Like that's just easy.
But for long term though.
Okay, you have a good head on your shoulder. I say you're a good worker. You're a hard working woman. All that. You have potential and stuff. Come on.
Okay, but after sex, what is there?
Nothing.
All right.
What do you mean? It depends.
Okay,
After
all right.
sex, we could talk about something. What are you trying to do?
Let him join in.
Break it down.
You got to piecemeal this. Okay. The women are pickier, and the things it takes to be attractive for a man are not necessarily easy to come by.
No.
So women.
The things that it takes to be attractive as a man are not things that are easy to come by. I kind of agree with that. Because again, men got to be providers, protectors. We got to be leaders. And you don't just wake up in the morning and you're a leader. You know what I mean? You don't just wake up in the morning and you're a good decision maker. Having that pressure on your shoulders, and I mean that's a lot, and that's something that you have to get good at it in order to feel a certain way going into it, to be honest. And I agree. I can't watch the shows. I can watch clips, but I can't watch the full shows. It makes me crazy sometimes. But there are pieces of it that I pull and I'm like, that's interesting. That makes sense. And I think that makes sense. To be a provider as a man, it's not easy. It's not easy to go and compete with all the other men that are also trying to be providers. Yes, you can have a 9-to-5 job and all that and make good money. And it will work. But how do you move up in that job, make more money? How do you make enough money to be a good, solid provider? How do you, all of those different things. You know what I mean? I think I think that's a pretty big one, to be honest, guys. I think that's a pretty big one right there. Just that provider part alone. Now, the protector part, that's a whole nother one. I mean, we laugh and we joke about
Beta
and
male
and
beta.
We laugh and we joke about it and we have fun on this channel, but you know, to be a protector as a man when you're out here surrounded by all these other men, that's another kind of a competitive thing, and that's something that you have to be down. You know what I mean? Are you down? Like, are you, as a man, are you down? Are you the one who gets up, let's go, what's that noise? Let's go. Take me to that noise. Let me go take care of it, right? Let me go handle, what's that noise in the middle of the night? Get up, let's go. Or what's going on here? I'll protect you, or whatever. You know what I mean? Let me see. What are you guys saying in the chat? Your Selra says, you're absolutely right. I'm a foreman at a shipyard in Florida. I've been in a leadership role ever since I was a teenager. It's a lot of pressure. You're right. It is a lot of pressure. You're right, man. And we don't say nothing about it, bro, because it's something that we just feel like we have to do. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not like we just sit there and go, oh yeah, this pressure, let me feel it. Oh yeah, it's a lot of pressure. No, we just do it and we move on, we keep moving. And we just, honestly, we don't have time to think about like how much pressure it really is sometimes. You know what I mean? Because we have to keep going in order to keep up and excel and progress and do good amongst other men. Man, you got to be on it. You got to be on it. Random says, nobody cares if we did try to complain about it. That's another good point. Nobody cares, bro. Complain to who? Complain to who, bro? Who am I going to complain to? My girl? No, you don't. You do not do that. Not as a man. Suck it up, Buttercup. You do not do that as a man. You don't complain. Oh, honey, it was so hard out there in the real world. Can I cry on your shoulders? No. And all of you running around trying to tell us men should be more in their feelings. I want a man who's not afraid to show me how he feels and to give me all his feelings. And you're going to be with losers your whole life. Or you're just going to be with a man that you don't know, you know you don't think that high of. You know what I mean? Nobody cares. A lot of women fall victim to the ego and try to compete with their friends. Who was the best man? Yeah. Complain to a YouTube chat like you betas in here talking shit.
Beta male. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. What the?
Come on, bro.
What the? A feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
Get over it, silly, is what men say to women who are in their 30s and think they deserve a high value man.
Out of your cotton picking mind. So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay.
Oh man. So I mean I know we're changing gears and going back and forth and stuff, but that's the thing, man. It's just for men, we're out here. It's just us. There's no one coming to save us. There's no one here to back us up. We have some friends and we have some this, that, and the other, but in the end, it's just you. In the end, guys, it's just you. And I'm going to play something for you that speaks to this. And it is the truth, guys. Here we go. You ready? This is just a really good one. I'm going to do this one again so that you guys can hear it because this is just phenomenal. Okay? Here we go.
In 60 seconds.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Right. 3 years of therapy in 60 seconds. Here we go. Number 1. Turns out your parents did their best and also kind of fucked you up. But guess what? At the end of the day, you got to deal with it. Number 2. No one is coming to save you. No magical mentor, no secret billionaire uncle, not even fucking Batman. It's just you. And yeah, that includes doing basic stuff like folding your laundry before it becomes a fucking roommate. Number 3, boundaries. That doesn't mean blocking somebody on Instagram. Say it with me. No, with a smiley face. No. See? Revolutionary. Don't have to be mean or rude. Number 4, stop chasing people who treat you like a fucking option. I'm not a side quest. And if they can't see that, they need to go play somebody else's game. Number 5, self-care isn't bath bombs and face masks. It's getting 8 hours of sleep, eating something that grew in the ground, and answering that email before it ruins your whole fucking week. Number 6, feelings don't kill you. Crying won't kill you. Screaming into a pillow won't kill you. But ignoring your feelings? Oh, that's going to destroy you from the inside out. Number 7, you don't find yourself. You build yourself day by day. Some days you're leveling up and other days you're responding at square one. Both of them count. And last but not least, most of the time it's not that deep. You're not cursed. You're just tired, thirsty, and maybe overdue for a snack. There you go. That's 3 years of therapy condensed into a 60.
You don't find yourself, you build yourself.
Right. 3 years of therapy in 60 seconds. Here we go. Number 1, turns out your parents did their best and also kind of fucked you up. But guess what? At the end of the day, you got to deal with it. Number 2, no one is coming to save you. No magical mentor, no secret billionaire uncle, not even fucking Batman. It's just you. And yeah, that includes doing basic stuff like folding your laundry before it becomes a fucking roommate. Number 3, boundaries. That doesn't mean blocking somebody on Instagram. Say it with me. No, with a smiley face. No. See? Revolutionary. Don't have to be mean or rude. Number 4, stop chasing people who treat you like a fucking option. I'm not a side quest. And if they can't see that, they need to go play somebody else's game. Number 5, self-care isn't bath bombs and face masks. It's getting 8 hours of sleep, eating something that grew in the ground, and answering that email before it ruins your whole fucking week. Number 6, feelings don't kill you. Crying won't kill you. Screaming into a pillow won't kill you. But ignoring your feelings? Oh, that's going to destroy you from the inside out. Number 7, you don't find yourself. You build yourself day by day. Some days you're leveling up and other days you're responding at square one. Both of them count. And last but not least, most of the time it's not that deep. You're not cursed. You're just tired, thirsty, and maybe overdue for a snack. There you go.
is not that deep, and you're not cursed. You just gotta keep moving. That's what it is. Yep. Elmo says, intent and outcome are worlds apart, yet intertwined like sisters. You need to find an individual that understands what true intent is while also knowing that the outcome is often completely unknown. Butterfly is on a good one. Not sure what triggered Butterfly. But yeah, what happened, Butterfly? I don't know what she's or he is talking, or it or they them are talking about. What they them are talking about. This one is just as a friendly reminder, guys. Okay.
I got behind a Tesla on the 15 and it was like, don't blame me. I bought this car. And I was like, oh, remember 10 minutes ago they were burning Tesla dealerships and spiking their tires and keying Teslas and stuff. And I'm like, are we just, here's what I want to say to people. So we're done with Elon. But by the way, like, how do I explain this to future generations? Like, what happened? There's this guy who's a genius from South Africa. And he came here and he made an electric car. Oh, they hate electric. No, they love electric cars. Oh, okay. And then what? Well, he was a genius, and he built electric cars, and they love the guy. But then what happened? Well, he bought Twitter.
Yeah.
For what? For free speech. Oh, okay. So they love the guy more. No. Now they're angry. Why are they angry? Just opened up the thing. Well, they didn't want to admit that they used Twitter to do whatever the they wanted, and they hated free speech. They just wanted their speech, but he opened up. So anyway, then he started a department called Doge, where he was going to save taxpayers a whole bunch of money. Oh, they must have loved that. No, that made them more angry.
Really mad.
What do you mean? They started burning Teslas. Wait a minute. I thought they loved the environment. Yet they do. Okay, but then what? So what happened? Oh, nothing.
Yeah, nothing. They were forgiven. No,
but how long were they burning the? Oh, like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they were done.
Yeah. He figured out that we were paying for circumcisions in like Senegal.
Right. Or circumcision education in Senegal or something.
Yeah.
And so he wanted to save more money, and then they wanted to burn the Teslas down. Okay, but so are they still mad at Teslas? No, that was some weeks ago.
Oh man. State line, that's a good point, bro. I didn't think of it like that. Electric cars, in contrast to rockets, is enough to send climate change activists into an incoherent spiral meltdown. I added the word spiral. And Rasputin, welcome. He jumped in out of nowhere and he said, easy, he's a Nazi. What's so hard to grasp? I don't know. Is he being what's it called? Funny or is he serious? I can't tell. Is he serious with that one? It's super contradictory. Benjamin, I totally agree. I think they're really good friends. Him and Jimmy Kimmel are really good friends. I'm pretty sure. Maybe he'll invent electric rockets. Oh, shit, bro.
See what he's doing right now?
In Chicago? This is one of the funniest things ever. They are now saying they're going to look into taking gun rights away from transgender people. So what happens now is liberals have to defend gun rights.
I love it. I know. It's genius.
This is like the ultimate trap. This is like the ultimate trap. It's like, do they fall into this? See what he's doing right now?
In Chicago?
This is one of the funniest things ever. They are now saying they're going to look into taking gun rights away from transgender people. So what happens now is liberals have to defend gun rights.
I love it. I know. It's genius.
This is like the ultimate trap.
Is this real? Are they really talking about taking guns away from transgenders? Because then, and if they are, they're really just trolling, right? That's the funniest shit ever, bro.
If I screw the lid on a bottle and I can no longer open the bottle, does that mean that I'm strong or weak?
Oh shit, bro. Which one, Elmo? Which one? Oh, the one about the one about taking guns away from transgenders. Yeah, I thought about that because a lot of places they declare people who are transitioning as mentally unstable. Yeah. Oh, dude. This is one that I looked at and I was like, wow, this is interesting because what are they going to do? It says here, Trump gives Democrats shutdown deadline for when permanent government firings will begin. How many permanent jobs are you talking about eliminating? A reporter asked Trump. And Trump said, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days. If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial. And a lot of those jobs will never come back, Trump responded. You're going to have a lot closer to a balanced budget. You're fired, bro. Yeah, exactly. So that's one of those where the Democrats are going to have to figure something out. They're going to have to figure that out, dude. Because that's a problem. That's a major problem.
A real thing. This is a real headline. Harvard has hired a drag queen by the name of Lahore Vagistan. Lahore Vagistan is a visiting professor in gender and sexuality studies. I actually don't know how you can teach gender studies when you're clearly confused about your own. One of the courses that they will be providing includes queer ethnography. I don't even know what that means. Professor Vagistan, his legal name is Kareem Kubachandani, originally from Pakistan. He claims to put the whore back in Lahore. That's actually pretty clever. I don't want to be too disrespectful, okay? Because Professor Vagistan is a published author of the book Decolonize Drag. Drag queens are meant for bachelorettes, not bachelor degrees. This is a real thing. This is a...
Dude's from Pakistan and his last name is Vagistan. And she says this is a real thing. And then there was also that thing that State Line sent over. The one that, or who was it? Was it State Line? About Pakistan has Pakistani people are inbred a lot. Is that the one? And it was like a real study. Or was that, who was that? Was that Truth? Yes, right here, guys. Let me pull this up. Listen to this. So that dude from Pakistan named himself Vagistan. And here you go.
Inbreeding. This is
your own theory.
No. Look it
Someone
up.
else
Muslims
has a
and
theory?
inbreeding, major problem.
I've never heard this before.
Especially with immigrants in Britain, like the Pakistanis in London. They'll have all kinds of serious inbreeding problems because that's an even smaller sample size you're dealing with.
Strap yourself in for this. 70% of all Pakistanis are inbred. And in Turkey, the amount is between 25 to 30%. more stillbirths among immigrants. A rough estimate reveals that close to half of everybody living in the Arab world is inbred. A large percentage of the parents said, this is blowing my mind. So listen to the BBC investigation in Britain several years ago revealed that at least 55% of the Pakistani community in Britain was married to a first cousin. Holy shit. BBC's research also discovered that while British Pakistanis account for just 3.4% of all births in Britain, they accounted for 30% of all British children with recessive disorders and a higher rate of infant mortality.
Guys.
What in the fuck?
What the?
Labour Party
What
MP has
the?
called for a ban on first cousin marriage. Medical evidence shows that one of the negative consequences of inbreeding is a 100% increase in the risk of stillbirths. Wow. That is insane.
I also read somewhere that
Same
a lot of
as
the
your daddy.
symptoms of inbred people are irrational rage,
Put that back up, Jamie.
fanaticism, and they end
What
up just
the-
describing ISIS.
Look at what it says here. That with the IQ points, it says findings
Same
on
as your
intelligence. Research shows that if one's parents are cousins, intelligence goes down 10 to 16 IQ points. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70, criterion for being retarded in quotes, are they using that word? Increases 400% among children from cousin marriages. Well, let me say that again. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70 increases 400% amongst children from cousin marriages.
Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Jesus Christ.
And why don't we know this? Because
I've never
people
heard
don't
this.
like the truth.
Islamophobia. They don't like being
Because-
called Islamophobic by even discussing it. Like, we're going to be called Islamophobic for even bringing this up.
Information has.
Bro, I'm so tired of people talking about Islamophobia. Dude, get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. So tired of people talking about Islamophobia. That's insane, dude. I had no idea that was happening. That's nuts. Those numbers are out of control. If it's real, it's wild.
Women are pickier than men. Okay. So would it be fair to say that it's harder to satisfy a woman, right?
Dude. Comey's house. Guys, this is Comey's house. Apparently he's supposed to be arrested today. Wait, did they already do it? Did they already do it? James Comey pleads not guilty. So he pled.
She did 40 allotments out of well over almost 3,000 available.
Okay. So we're in day 8 of the government shutdown. Biden declarations, bro. Welcome to the 400% Club. You just married yourself. Welcome to the 400% Club. You've just married your sister. Here is a Quran. Now go try to convert America into Islam. Oh yeah, and start by creating Sharia law in Minnesota. Oh yeah, and then like start putting Muslim prayers on loudspeakers around the whole city. What is going on? Oh yeah, here's another one. Take the police department and change all of the patches on their arms and the police whole like crest or whatever you call that, and let's put Arabic on it. Let's put Arabic on all of our police uniforms in America. That's not assimilating, bro. Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Are you out of your cotton picking mind? A feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
Nation. Mr. President,
7 days deep into a government shutdown.
So because we're day 8 into the government shutdown, this is Senator James Lankford from Oklahoma. So there was a lot of live discussions on the Senate floor, but this was very much on point. So I'm going to play this so we can understand what the heck is going on and hear from a very good, actual someone that said some really good things about it.
Shutdown. What a ridiculous waste of time. Shutdown. What a ridiculous waste of time. What a painful, ridiculous waste of time for the nation.
Oh yeah, Random, you're from Oklahoma, right? You're in Oklahoma? So this is your dude.
I can't tell you how frustrating it is because I've been here long enough now to be able to see what the negotiations look like. Let me tell you what it just looks like for the last few years even. Let's go back just through the Biden administration. Every single end of September, as we approached the deadline for government funding, this body had a conversation. Do we want to remain open and continue negotiating, or do we want to shut down? And every single time during the Biden administration, this body said it's harmful to the American people and to federal workers to have a shutdown. Let's keep things open and continue to be able to negotiate. So the end of every September, which is the end of our fiscal year, this body voted to keep the government open and to continue to negotiate. But what happens when the Trump administration comes? Well, during the Trump administration, Democrats have determined that they want to show their fighting.
Min is loving the cheekbones. Min's blushing.
And raging, they're the resistance against President Trump, and so they've determined the best way to do that is just to be able to shut the government down. The same effect happens for federal workers. The same effect happens for the nation. We have the same opinion across the world as the entire world looks at the United States of America, the greatest nation in the world, which is apparently not able to keep its government open. Because my Democratic colleagues have determined they want to show that they are the resistance. Well, who gets to pay the penalty for the resistance? And what does that really look like? We've had several votes that have happened here where we've had what's called a clean continuing resolution. This body knows it well because we voted on 13 of them in the last 4 years. A clean continuing resolution, and passed all of them. It was just a moment to say, can we keep the government open and continue to negotiate? The body determined, yes, let's keep negotiating, but let's not hurt federal workers and their families, let's hurt members of the military and their families, let's not hurt them. Let's keep the negotiating here. So we did that 13 times in just the last 4 years.
You guys following along? So in the last 4 years, 13 times when we had this moment happen before, they would pass something in the interim to keep things going. And they're refusing to do it right now.
Until now. My Democratic colleagues.
I personally don't know much about Lankford. You know, my ultimate favorite, my what is it? Man Crush Monday is John Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana, bro. My favorite, one of my all-time favorite. I wish we had more guys like him coming up in the ranks. Some younger guys and girls with that kind of flavor and spice.
The president knows full well, have brought forward a proposal. Their proposal is titled Continuing Appropriations and Extensions and Other Matters. No, ours is just titled Continuing Appropriations and Extensions. Theirs is titled Continuing Appropriations and Extensions and Other Matters. It should make you say, well, what are the other matters? Well, ours just keeps the government open, that is, Republicans, just keeps the government open at status quo, where we are. Same level of spending, same functionality, that's where it focuses in on. My Democratic colleagues have brought their own proposal, which is $1.5 trillion in spending addition, and they include a couple new little nuggets in there, and other matters. They throw in like Section 135, which has a new element on carbon management expenditures, dealing with fossil fuels. They have a new section on climate change initiatives that are built into there and other matters. They have section 154, which is getting additional funding to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. They have section 2306.
Public broadcasting. Are we talking about NPR and all that kind of stuff?
Which allows a new extension of electric vehicles getting access to HOV lanes. These are the demands that they put in to say, we will not reopen the government unless we get electric vehicles into HOV lanes, and additional money for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and carbon management expenditures. And oh, by the way, there was a $50 billion rural health care fund that Republicans passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill. They also want to get rid of that $50 billion rural health care fund, saying we need to wipe that out.
NPR, bro? Are we literally talking about NPR and PBS? Do we have to remind you guys who NPR and PBS are real quick? Do I have to remind you guys? Again, this is another one of my reels. I made this reel, and it just blows your mind, guys. Do I have to remind you guys? Because this is very clear. This will help you understand who NPR and PBS are. And we're going to jump right back into that clip. I paused it partway. But is this what we're talking about right here? NPR and PBS? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at, NPR? Where are you at? Here. Ready?
I have never seen it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
Should we keep giving our taxpayer money to NPR? That's what this hearing is about. Check it out.
87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that
was award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR. Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
I am not presuming such. I just we don't track that information about our journalists.
87 to 0, and you're not biased.
I think that is concerning if those numbers are accurate.
How about this story? October 2020, the New York Post had the Hunter Biden laptop story, and one of those editors, I guess one of those 87 Democrat editors, said this: we don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' times on stories that are just pure distractions. Was that a pure distraction story?
Our current editorial leadership believes that that was a mistake, as do I.
Yeah, the whole country knows that was a mistake. Definitely impacted the election, or I think it certainly impacted the election. How about the COVID origin story? That's a pretty big story too, right? Mr. Berliner said, we became fervent members of the team natural origin, even declaring that the lab leak was debunked by scientists. Turns out, though, the lab leak is what most people think actually caused the COVID virus.
Sorry, is there a question there?
There is. You guys were 0 for 3 on the three of the biggest stories in the last 5 years. You guys were 0 for 3, and yet you maintain that NPR is not biased?
Congressman, I do not believe we are politically biased. No, we are a nonpartisan organization.
It wasn't even 80 to 7. It was 87 Democrats, 0 Republicans, and you say NPR is not biased.
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of
This is NPR. This is what they're fighting to keep back, to reopen the government. That's what they're fighting for.
Can I tell you, rural hospitals really need the help. $50 billion would really be a huge help for them. We have called that the moonshot to be able to bring rural health care up to the standards.
Schmuggy says she's full of it. What's up, Schmuggy? And buddy, just so you know, in case you're wondering, the chat that you're seeing, everyone's on YouTube, so you're welcome to follow up. If you do want to, go on the YouTube side, you're welcome. There's more of us here that you can chat with. But guys, Schmuggy is saying she's full of it.
That they need to be across the country.
100%,
they just
bro.
wiped that out and included that in their "in other matters" section. To say, yes, we want to open up the government, but we also want to close down more rural hospitals at the same time. Listen, we have disagreements on things. It's not we're just different parties. We come from different states and different areas. We have different perspectives. Welcome to America. We have different opinions on things. That's what this body is supposed to be about. But when we have disagreements, we should be able to actually sit down like grown-ups and talk to each other and figure out how to be able to solve it. That's what actually should be done. This is not a radical concept. This is a pretty straightforward concept. Surprisingly enough, my colleagues have agreed with me in the past on this. Let me just give you some examples. My colleague, Senator Ben Ray Lujan, in September of last year said shutting down the government should be a non-starter.
These are Democrats he's calling out that are saying they should never have shut down the government.
My colleague, Senator Mark Warner, said government shutdowns unleash chaos on federal workers, delay pay for service members, and weaken our position on the global stage. My colleague, Bernie Sanders, said shutting down the government is a serious and dangerous action that we must do everything possible to prevent. Shutting down the government would impact tens of millions of our fellow Americans who would be unable to access government services. My colleague and friend Jackie Rosen said a government shutdown would be devastating to Nevada families. It would increase housing costs, take away food assistance for seniors and children in need. My colleague, Senator Mark Kelly.
So state line is trans?
September of 2023 said a government shutdown would have serious impacts. Service members won't get their paychecks. Airports would have major delays. Nutrition assistance for children could be cut off. We can't let any of that happen. My colleague, Senator Elizabeth Warren, said the least we can do, the bare minimum we can do, would be to pass a continuing resolution to keep the doors open and the lights on.
What's up, Dixon? Welcome. What's MAGA 88, guys? I don't know what that is.
My colleague, Brian Schatz, said, I've seen the same thing over and over again. Shutdowns don't work. My colleague, Senator Gary Peters, said a government shutdown will be a disaster for our economy and for people in Michigan and across the country. My colleague Tim Kaine said, I'm a senator from Virginia. Some of the hardest effects of a shutdown would be seen in my state. My colleague Senator Dick Durbin has said, negotiating to avoid colleague when funding the federal.
This part right here is where you know he really gets into it. That's what I enjoyed the most on this one.
So we have an opportunity just to be able to open the government up. We have literally a bill on the floor today, just like we had yesterday, that's already passed the House of Representatives, that would just open us up for another 6 weeks now, allow us to be able to get appropriations work done, and to reopen. The same thing we did 4 times during the Biden administration in September, the same thing we've done 13 times in the last 4 years, just to be able to keep the negotiations going and to not have all these consequences. I've worked for years to be able to end government shutdowns. Some of my colleagues that are here on the floor know it full well. We've talked about it before multiple times.
Here we
I have
go.
a bill that's called Preventing Government Shutdowns. It's very straightforward. It just says if we get to a moment like this, instead of federal workers and their families suffering the consequences, we do. We have to stay in session 7 days a week. We can't move to any other bill other than appropriations. And we have to be able to get our work done. It is as simple as if you don't finish your work at class, you have to stay after class to finish your work. But it holds everyone else harmless and puts the pressure on members of Congress where it should be. This is not a controversial issue outside of this body. The last time we had a vote on this bill, we had 56 votes, and one member that was absent that day stated publicly would have voted for it if they'd have been in that day. So we would add 57 votes. We just need 60 to be able to make this thing law, and so that we would literally never have a government shutdown ever again, ever. We would still have the debate on budget issues. We're going to have issues of budget disagreement. That's going to happen. We don't agree on everything. We should have the fights on budget. But we should have the fights here and hold everyone else harmless in the process. We're 57. We just needed 60 votes. And literally this day and this time wouldn't happen. We need to solve this. And we can. We have solved a lot of difficult issues in the Senate. This is not too hard to solve. My friend and colleague, who is the ranking member on appropriations, has worked incredibly hard. Senator Murray has worked incredibly hard on appropriations for years, knows this process can be done well. But the last time we did appropriations in the time and in the order they should have been done was 1997. 1997. So let's fix our process. The entire country is staring at us thinking, can't you guys get this together? Yes, we can. We just have to agree not only to reopen the government, which should be the lowest threshold, but then fix our process of how we actually do this work to make sure that we actually get the 12 appropriation bills done on time. And when we don't, we stay after class until it's done and just stay at it. We can figure this out. There are 100 smart people in this room, 100 smart, stubborn people, but 100 smart people in this room. Let's figure it out together. I yield the floor.
So what he's presenting is something to avoid this going forward, period, because obviously it's a broken system. Every single time they have to come across this bill, they shut down the government. So, or they threat to do that. And then they have to pass things to continue it while they're figuring out, you know, all the details. Doesn't make any sense. So I think they should be figuring that out. What was this here?
Donald Trump. We don't deserve him.
Thank you. Hold your applause until the next segment. Trump talks about God and that stupid Swedish broad during a recent Oval Office Q&A. That's short for question and answer, Tom. President spoke about the importance of religion and his upcoming prayer initiative celebrating America's 250th birthday. I wonder, are we dealing, as you know, with all of the different and not just evangelical Christians?
We're dealing, as you know, with all of the different and not just evangelicals, Christians. We're dealing with lots of different faiths, religions. And I felt for a long time that, you know, if a country doesn't have religion, doesn't have faith, doesn't have God, it's going to be very hard to be a good country. You know, there's no reason to be good. I want to be good because you want to prove to God that you're good, so you go to that next step, right?
Kane.
Satan is your daddy. Satan is your daddy.
Kane.
Satan is your daddy. Satan is your daddy, woman.
Kane.
Satan is your daddy, woman.
So that's very important to me. I think it's really very important.
I think he was talking about Celebrity Apprentice. Later, he was asked about Greta Thunberg's latest failed seafaring PR stunt. I wonder, is she just a troublemaker?
Well, she's just a troublemaker, you know. I mean, she's no longer into the environment, now she's into this. She's a troublemaker. She has an anger management problem. I think she should see a doctor. She needs anger. If you ever watch her, she's a young person. She's so angry. She's so...
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Crazy. No, you can have her. You can have her. She's just a troublemaker.
I think he's being too kind. When I hear troublemaker, I think of Dennis the Menace.
Oh,
she's more like crazy Joe Davola from Seinfeld.
Satan is your daddy.
Wow. I am old. Earlier today,
Good question, Random. Good question, bro. It sure looks like it.
Meeting with Canada's Prime Minister.
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Sir, they have one now. Trump shared what he thought about him. I wonder if he's a good man that does a great job, but is a tough negotiator.
He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man, too.
Thank
you very much.
We don't deserve him.
Do I need to say it? We don't deserve him. Elaine, a lot of stuff there. I love how the way he unites all the religions
We don't
under
deserve
one
him.
thing if we all want to go to heaven.
We don't deserve him. We really don't.
Out of Michigan. Thomas, thank you for calling and thanks for holding you on the air.
Good morning, Jesse.
Hey, Thomas.
How are you, sir?
All is well. How are you? But white history. And if it wasn't for white people, there would be no America. And so whenever they do, but white, they have Mexican history, Mother's Day. And by the way, Jewish people, that's why they're suffering. And that's why they can't get ahead, because they're in a fallen state. Satan is their daddy. Satan is your daddy. The reason I started White History Month, and by the way, July is White History Month, for those who don't know, is because they're celebrating everything else but white history. And they have Mother's Day, Father's Day, homosexual. The whole month of June is dedicated to homosexuals. Can you imagine that? And then they have Black History Month. They have Mexican history. Everything but white history. And if it wasn't for white people, there would be no America.
You just passed White History Month, bro. Next year, we're going to celebrate White History Month together, and we're going to get Jesse on the show. I'm going to get him on the show before this year's over, for sure. I'm going to schedule something to get him on, hopefully soon, actually. But we will celebrate White History Month next year. 100% we'll do it together.
And so whenever they do mention white history or white people, it's in a negative way. And if we allow that to continue, we are going to lose America completely. We have to have some appreciation for the folks who made it possible for us to be in America.
Agreed.
Well, what about for the folks who built it on their backs for free labor?
No one did that.
What about my ancestors?
That didn't happen. They got paid.
We did.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, you'd be my first guest. That'd be sweet, bro.
Didn't get paid in slavery.
Yes, you did. That's not true.
Wait a minute. So you said we worked from slavery 250.
What, did you work slavery? Were you enslaved?
No, I'm saying my ancestors.
When you said we, you sound like you were enslaved.
Your ancestors and mine.
No, mine didn't work slavery.
Well, you were on the plantation.
And no slave worked for free. That's a lie.
When did they get money?
They got money. They got houses. They were taken care of. They were fed. They were fed. Yeah.
Oh my God. They were fed, but they didn't get money.
They got free houses. Well, not free houses. They worked and earned for their shelter.
Oh my God. Jesse, come on. So
did that wait a minute. When you say come on, are you saying that they did not get houses?
Insanity.
They were not living in houses and things like that?
I haven't studied your history.
No, Thomas. Were the slaves living in slave quarters?
Yeah, slave quarters that were little huts.
But were they living in them?
On straw.
Thomas, were they living in them?
Jesse is, I was just really reading your guys' chat here. Jesse, JLP Han says JLP is relevant because they were trying to say Jesse hasn't been relevant in 10 years. Jesse is very much relevant, and Jesse is still helping people understand that racism is something that they're using to get your mind off of actual progressing and trying to trick you to vote for Democrats to continue to divide us using ideologies like racism. I'm born and raised in Southern California, in America, and we're not racist. We're not racist. And the reality is that we are the most diverse country in the world, and we are the beacon of diversity and not being racist. We lead the way. We abolished slavery. I think one other country did it before us. But we literally fought each other to abolish slavery. And you guys can only talk about the negative because your minds are in the gutter and you want to divide us and you want to destroy stuff. Jesse is talking about building people, building yourself. You don't find yourself, you build yourself. And you need to build yourself. And you need to build things, not destroy things. Lefties are in love with destroying things. Like reality. I can wake up. I don't even need to wake up tomorrow morning. I can just go like that and say, I'm a woman. And now I'm a woman. Hi, guys. I'm a woman. Nice to meet you. Call me they, them, she, her, Zeezer. I like Zeezer. Guys, they only want to destroy. And that kind of takes us to what you see in the middle of your screen, guys, where it says, the higher we soar. Do you guys know who says the higher we soar? Oh, Jen, what's up, Jen? Welcome back, Jen. Welcome back, Jen. Yeah, the radical left. So what's up, Deshaun? Mr. Rosary says they took down statues of heroes and erected nonsense statues like the black woman with no accolades or like the other black guy that was a crackhead. Jesse talks about it. It takes us to the center of your screen where it says, the higher we soar. Do you guys know what that quote is from? That's Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche says, the higher we soar, the smaller we appear to those who cannot fly. It's a big one. And it applies to many different things, to many different people. For some people, it applies to wisdom, knowledge. To some people, it applies to money, financial success. To some people, it refers to whatever it is, let's just say. To me, it applies to almost anything that you do in your life. And it's something that it took me a while to understand this, but I'm starting to finally get it, you know. And I understand it more and more every day. And one of the ways that it applies to me is one of the ways it applies to all of us right now in the chat is with people that don't understand. Some of them don't know how to have dialogue. So the higher we soar in our abilities to have dialogue, the smaller we appear to those who cannot fly. Learning how to talk without talking shit. The more we learn how to talk and prove a point or discuss something that has substance and do it right, the more we share knowledge and wisdom and entertain each other too. A lot of things. But another way that this works. Oh, what's up, Truth? He says, "There's Jesse." Yes, sir. My man crush, Jesse. He says the caterpillars on your face are moving. Yes, they move around a lot. A side angle, you see they're thick, bro. They're heavy. Yeah. One of the ways this applies to me, this applies, dude, even to my own family. My sister's on the left. And it doesn't apply to that, but it's a fact of how you discuss things and to have dialogue and all that kind of stuff. The more I soar, the more I learn how to discuss and have dialogue and the you know, all this kind of stuff, the more I realize, man, it's like it just it just makes it harder when you don't have the ability to do that. I'm not saying she doesn't have the ability, but when you progress at some point you get to a place where sometimes it's more difficult to have those conversations. You know what I mean? With even people that you love. And it takes time to understand that because you fight it. Like you feel like, hey, wait a minute. And you push back and you have arguments and you have discussions and you're trying to make it happen so bad because you love them so much. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You know, it's just tough. And then you have people like Kane, where they're just they haven't learned to fly yet. You know what I mean? The higher we soar, the smaller we look to those who cannot fly. Mr. Rosary makes a good point. Kane has to learn to walk before he can fly. That's a good point. He's taking it a step further. I like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see what Slim wrote. What did Slim write? Slim Jim. What'd you write, bro? Slim Jim. Slim. This guy is not respectable, so that's out of the window. Or is he talking about someone else? Slim fat boy. Where you at, bro? Where you at? I missed it, bro. My bad. Yeah, so that's a quote that I really like, and that's one that we need to learn how to understand that because it can be frustrating when you don't get that point. You know what I mean? And so at some point you got to understand the higher you soar, the smaller you look to those, the smaller you appear to those who cannot fly. And yeah. And when he says the smaller you appear, it sometimes it means, these people that cannot fly, they look down on you or look at you as like they think they're more virtuous than you, that you missed something, you don't get something, you're on another planet and you don't get it. You know what I mean? Just because they cannot fly, they look at you like something's wrong with you. That's the point. That is the point. Let's keep going.
Yeah, they had to.
And did they have to pay for it? Wait, stay with me. Did they have to pay for it?
The reason why they didn't.
Living in where you live now.
Well, it's bought now. I already paid for it.
Right, and then when did you get the money to pay for it?
I used to work in corporate America. Now I own my own business.
I rest my case.
What are you resting?
That you people try to act like.
Yeah. So then you got Zeke calling, saying that right-wing victim. No, we're not. There's no victim, bro. Learn what victim is. Victim is like when. We should be live soon again. We should be back on. We should be back on. Here we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. Sometimes when I tell too much truth, the system crashes. The liberals have a hole on my system too, bro, somehow. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's victim mentality. Is your girl Kamala blaming everything on everyone else, and all you guys on the left, who all you do is blame the whole world. I was a man yesterday, but now I'm a woman, and now I feel hurt because you won't call me a they them. It's like, what? What just happened? Wait, hold on. You're making my head spin. Slow down a little bit. Slow it down.
What the? What the?
Oh yeah, now I woke up again. Now I'm a guy again. But now I don't want to be called they, them, or him. I want to be Zer. Oh no, you know what? I just decided at lunch that I want to be a they, them. You know what? I'm non-binary now. It's like, dude. And you know what? I'm so offended, and you hurt my feelings when you didn't call me a they, them. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Can we get like a little bit of normalcy? Can you back it up a couple steps? Let us like understand that first part where you were a man and now you're a woman. Now we got to call you a, I don't know what. I don't even know what. Can we get back to that part where you want us to call you a they? We are still stuck on that, bro. Like, can we just, how about that part? You're a they? There's one of you and you're a they? Yes, we know. In literature, they use the word they to do whatever with it's just one person sometimes. But no, we don't ever call one person they, bro, in real life. We don't go walk around and go, look at they sitting down, look at they, that one person. Look at they. There is no such thing. And they are the victims who cry. How come you don't do the pronouns that I asked for? All I wanted was my pronoun and they can't do it. Don't call me that. You look like a guy, bro. How do you expect me to? Now your feelings are hurt? You look like a dude. And then you have morons like Zeke that say that and this is what they do. They flip reality on you. You're the one that is a victim because we didn't call you the right pronoun. And because we're mentioning the fact that you're playing the victim and how are we supposed to when I say how are we supposed to understand your pronoun? You're calling me a victim because I'm saying, how am I supposed to understand your pronoun? And that's not what victimhood is. That's not what being a victim means. What's up, Dora? What's up, Kevin? That's not what a victim means. I'm just explaining to you how you're being a victim, and then you just turn around and flip it to say, oh, now you're being a victim. No, sir. One day, you will figure it out. Maybe not. And that's why I say, the higher we soar, the smaller we appear to those who cannot fly. That's what that saying is, guys. That's what that is. And then we just give him too much attention. Zeke never got this much attention in his life, bro. Never. Okay. You still butthurt about that? I don't know who you're talking to. Jen says, at Medi, dear trans community, don't tell me I have to accept you or when you couldn't accept yourself for who you were. I get what you're saying. Don't tell me I have to accept who you are when you couldn't accept yourself for who you were. Exactly. And I love what Random said here. Where's Random? He says, I like to call them this, that. It just makes it easier. We got to dumb it down. You know what I mean? At some point. Yeah, I like that, Jen. That was a good one. Dear trans community, don't tell me I have to accept you for who you are when you couldn't accept yourself for who you were. Come on, guys.
Like, black people way back then were just so awful, and you want to use that today in order to try to make white people feel guilty and get free stuff and feel like victims. Let me ask, what does it feel like to be a male and whining and blaming just like the females? What does that feel like?
Well, let me speak for a second.
Look at Jesse's clowning him now, bro. Oh, man. State Line had enough, bro. He's like, you know what, bro? That's enough, bro. He's I think it was Random or someone who was saying, it's like he's getting paid to do this.
Today, in order to try to make...
Listen to what Jesse says here right now, bro. He clowns on him real quick. Hold on.
Awful. And you want to use that today in order to try to make white people feel guilty and get free stuff and
right here.
like victims. Let me ask, what does it feel like to be a male and whining and blaming just like the females? What does that feel like?
Well, let me speak for a second. Don't cut me off, please.
Answer that question. If you don't answer that question, I'm gonna cut you off. What does it feel like as a male?
Me too, Timothy. I was in the car. I was in the cars my entire life, and I remember when tranny meant your transmission on your car. Hey, what kind of tranny you got in that? Is it a manual? Is it automatic? What is it?
To be whining and blaming and acting like black females toward white people. What does that feel like? What does it feel like as a male to be whining and blaming and acting like black females toward white people? What does that feel like?
I don't know what that feels like because I don't whine about anything.
You just whine about slavery.
Fucking State Line, bro. Oh my God, bro. Fucking State Line, bro. You don't want to do that these days.
And you want to use that today in order to try to make white people feel guilty and get free stuff and feel like victims. Let me ask, what does it feel like to be a male and whining and blaming just like the females? What does that feel like?
Well, let me speak for a second. Don't cut me off, please.
Answer that question. If you don't answer that question, I'm gonna cut you off. What does it feel like as a male to be whining?
I need to make a sound button on my board for this too. Where is Bob? Bob Bunny, here you go. This is for you, bro.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And blaming and
this right here, I gotta make this a sound a button.
Feel like,
right here.
What does it feel like to be a male and whining and blaming just like the females? What does that feel like?
See, that's what I need to put. That would have been good for Zeke and fuck, forgot his name, bro. Whoever that other dude, Kane.
Well, let me speak for a second. Don't cut me off, please.
Answer that question. If you don't answer that question, I'm gonna cut you off. What does it feel like as a male to be whining and blaming and acting like black females toward white people? What does that feel like?
I don't know what that feels like because I don't whine about anything.
You just whine about slavery.
Let me just say this. Don't cut me off. It seems like if someone knows their history about what white folks did in this country and how they became empowered and what happened with the blacks being enslaved, you say we're whining.
Now you're whining.
Hold on. Knowing my history.
You're whining now.
I'm saying, so knowing my history means I'm whining?
Yes. It's not your history. That's not your history. Okay, let's break that down. Lord, black people, guys. I'm sorry, white folks. I'll get to y'all in a minute. So, it's not your history. Let me ask you, Thomas, were you ever enslaved?
No, my ancestors.
So how was that your history?
Because I'm a descendant of that, just like
no, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you were not enslaved, so it's not your history.
No, I said descendant of those people.
Why do you people all identify with?
I'm a descendant of someone one day that got their feelings hurt one time, one moment in the. It's probably like 4,000 years ago, but still, I'm a descendant of it.
All black people.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know.
I want my reparations.
Why you calling his name? You don't identify with him.
Yeah, I identify with.
Fucking A, bro.
That black Messiah, I sure do. But let me
see there
to you.
That's what it's like. Identify with all black people.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know why you calling his name. You don't identify with him.
Yeah, I identify with that black Messiah. I sure do. But let me
see there
to you.
That's what it's like.
Let me say this.
This is why you're blind and can't see.
Okay, you said you were raised on a plantation. Do you know where plantations come from? Why they had plantations?
Yeah.
From slaves, right?
No,
so
they bought the land. The white people bought the land and developed it into a plantation. I know black people who own plantations right now in Alabama.
Right now, I'm not saying now. I'm saying our ancestors.
What? Is there anything wrong with black people owning plantations?
So I'm saying,
is there anything wrong with black people owning plantations?
At this point, no, but back then they were made for slavery.
But how about the blacks who owned plantation back then? Were they wrong then?
I don't know any. I don't know any.
You don't know any whites either. You don't know any whites who had plantations.
Well, history tells me.
It's not your history, Thomas. Stop being crazy.
Okay. Can I say American history?
It's not. Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy. Are you out of your cotton-picking mind? Not your history. It's not American history. It's those people's history. White hope. It's not your history. Stop identifying with.
Oh, God.
Are you a Christian?
I was raised as one.
Are you a Christian?
James, bro, you know that's the best. The best one I have, you know that's the best one, bro. I love it. No, he's not. No, I'm not. Oh, dude, that's the absolute best one. No, he's not, Jesse.
A feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
Oh, God, I could put that on and go to bed, go to sleep to that with a smile on my face, like.
Not now, sir. No.
I didn't think so.
Sir, if I was, would that make me better?
Yes, you would be a better.
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Satan is your daddy, woman. Person, if you're a Christian, because you're not a better person.
So,
Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy, woman.
Satan is my daddy.
Satan, your daddy.
Oh, he said it.
You say that to that Carl yesterday.
Satan, anybody that identify with someone else's history, Satan is their daddy because you are an individual.
You'd have a beta sleep if you did. Imagine the dreams I would have, bro. Imagine the dreams I would have if I went to sleep to that.
You are not everybody.
I should create an app for your iPhone with all of this shit, just like a compilation of it for bedtime.
You're not everybody. You're not every black. So whenever they do
instead of white noise, you just have a compilation of Jesse just cleaning them up.
Sorry, I sure do. Well, let me
see you there.
To you.
Any whites either. You don't know any whites who have plantations.
Well, his was raised as one.
Are you a Christian with someone else's history?
So Satan is my dad.
Satan, your daddy.
I heard you say that to that caller yesterday.
Satan, anybody that identify with someone else's history, Satan is their daddy, because you are an individual. You are not everybody. You're not everybody. You're not every black. You're you. It's just crazy. It's insane. Thank you, Thomas.
You and I are Americans. American history isn't our history.
No.
You're an American, I'm an American.
So what?
American history isn't our history.
No, it's the folks who made it did, and now you keep it going if you had any sense.
Oh, wow. You just see things totally different than I do, but that's all
I know. That's why you're suffering.
Oh, I love
yes,
that.
You are. You're suffering.
How?
In every way. Thank you, Thomas.
Can I answer the biblical question?
Yes. Are you blessed or cursed?
Totally blessed.
In what way?
I'm healthy. Never been to prison. Don't have a criminal record. I'm not on drugs or alcohol. I've been married for 26 years to the same woman. I have 2 beautiful children. One finished college. One.
Wow, bro. Jesse will forever be the GOAT, dude. What a, oh man. He trolls like the dude. I'm telling you, I just.
You just described a black person. No, a feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
I can't believe I'm being bullied right now on live on the air.
Disagreeing and complaining about the Jews.
I had a lot of.
Are they white supremacists?
No.
I'm sorry?
That was a mixed answer. I grew up with a lot of Jewish folk. I complain about them from.
You're in denial, bro. You're not an honest man.
I am an honest. You're not.
Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Yeah, work real hard.
Oh, dude.
Amazing. Let me go out to you think right. Whatever you believe in believes in you, and it will control you.
So what's wrong with my thought process?
You're thinking black.
What's wrong with? Should I think white?
No, you should think right.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think I do think right, though, Jesse.
No.
I don't?
You're nice, but you don't think right. Jalen, thank you for calling me, though, man. I got to run.
Oh, Jesse, I had another question for you. We got sidetracked, but I really had a question for you.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Okay, my question is, all right, so I started watching you when I was a Democratic liberal and all of that 2 or 3 years ago. Like, I did not like you at first, Jesse. But then I say in the past year and a half, something in my mind started clicking. I don't know what it was particularly that you said, but it clicked. And it's like, wow, Jesse makes a lot of sense. I don't agree with you, obviously, on every single thing. But as I started listening to you more, I started realizing, trying to imply what you were saying into my life. And one of those things.
Jason.
I didn't know you were gay. What the? So you a gay? So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay. I didn't know you were gay. So you a gay? What the?
That's for Jason.
So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay.
I have a tendency, to be sexually immoral. And, this sexual immoral behavior that I engage in, this creates a contradiction in me where I don't want to do it and I hate it, but I've practiced it so long through being a liberal Democrat. And
on the ground there as this happened in Atlanta earlier on today. We're watching a SWAT scene unfold at a home as U.S. Marshals says involved SWAT standoff at DeLoe Drive, Cedar Lane in southwest Atlanta.
Can you talk a little bit about the arrest of Derek Groves this morning or this afternoon, just a short while ago?
Sure, I can't get into the details on the ground because obviously I was not there, but we have confirmed that escaped inmate Derek Groves was captured in Atlanta, Georgia, following a standoff in southwest Atlanta.
escaped from the Orleans Parish Justice Center on May 16, 2025, along with 9 other inmates in what became one of the Louisiana's most high-profile jailbreaks in decades. While most of the escapees were captured within weeks, Groves remained at large for nearly 5 months. So obviously following this, you see the Attorney General, Liz Muriel, there in Louisiana saying convicted murderer Derek Groves has finally been recaptured in Atlanta after this brief standoff. He now faces charges for his role in the escape, and I will ensure that he is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Excellent work by all our law enforcement partners who have been working so hard for this outcome the past few months. I especially want to thank my investigators with the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation for their work in this case. So wrapping up, and they didn't want to get into there during that press conference about exactly how he was able to move, to be transported from Louisiana all the way to Atlanta. Several hundred miles separate those two cities. So 5 months, the manhunt going on, but ultimately coming to the conclusion earlier today in Southwest Atlanta. All right, as we await other live events, including President Trump, let's dive back into that press conference.
So we got President Trump, I think, holding a roundtable, so I want to see what that ends up becoming. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We had Comey getting arrested. Not sure that, I don't know what happened there, but this is a sheriff telling us about that time when, I think it was yesterday or the day before, when Chicago police did not help agents when they requested help.
Hello, I'm Sheriff Grady Judd. I've spent my entire adult life in law enforcement, and I have never heard of one law enforcement agency not helping another when they call for help until this weekend, when a chief of patrol, where the Chicago Police Department instructed the police officers not to run in and help their colleagues who were calling for help, who were under attack by a bunch of people clearly violating the law. That's scary. Let me give you the antithesis of that. We had a single man resist ICE agents and get away from them in our community. We sent a helicopter, a drone, K-9, and 50 law enforcement officers to surround an area, and we found that guy who violently resisted ICE, and we locked him up in jail where he should have been. If you allow anarchists and criminals to run wild in your community, people will die. People will be shot. Now let me say this. For other law enforcement leaders across this state and nation, you need to be standing up saying the same exact thing that I am. Because when you have a breakdown of the rule of law, when you allow anarchists, criminals to take over the streets and attack law enforcement officers and then not send them help, that's a slippery slope, a real slippery slope.
Yeah, not all law enforcement acts like that. It's just those crazy places like Chicago and Portland. State lines from Illinois, so he kind of understands. I think, are you close to Chicago, bro?
On the latest firearms. And as the DA said, this is a tried and true method. From this working relationship and this strategy, we have shut down New Image Market, 24-hour tire shop, Claiborne Car Wash, Algiers Car Wash, and culture fashion. And I'm just extremely proud of the work and the cooperation and the coordination of this multi-agency task force. And we will not stop. We will continue, and we will continue to stand up for all New Orleanians who want nothing more than peace, safety, and justice. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you for your efforts in this regard. And thank you for realizing that we can do more together than we can do in silos. You know, you can make an arrest or two, or you can arrest 10 people at a time. But that area and that void, it gets filled with other folks that come in and commit crimes as well. But when you take a place, a hub of criminality off the street, you make it very, very difficult for them to backfill and come in and keep reoffending and keep plaguing our community. I want to bring up Councilmember King, who is one of those council members who keeps his ear to the ground in every single neighborhood. And when he hears something, whether it is problems at Iggy's down the way, whether it is new
What's up,
image,
Artur?
or whether it is culture, he makes sure that he's
Agree with you,
coordinating
bro.
with law enforcement so that he can deliver
Artur on
for the
Instagram.
people of his district. Councilmember King.
Thank you, D.A. Williams. I want to start off by thanking this district attorney's office for being smart.
So, guys, right now they're giving this discussion. They're having this discussion right now in New Orleans. But we're also, if you see the screen right to the bottom right of him, right here where my mouse is, that we're waiting for President Trump. President Trump is holding or is about to hold a round table on Antifa that I believe is going to be live. So I'm kind of waiting for that right now. I'm going to grab a quick coffee and I'll be right back.
On how they attack crime in the city. This is another example of that. The district attorney mentioned Iggy's. Although not a part of the seizure program, it was a problematic bar that really disturbed the quality of life for the members of that Maryland community. This is one of several seizures done throughout the city and one of several done in this district, District C, both East and West Bank. And I know that the district is a little bit safer, the French Quarter is a little bit safer, and our city is a little bit safer. Also mentioned, this is not anything done in a silo. I want to thank the men and women of Louisiana State Police, of ATF, of Homeland Security, and definitely NOPD, because it's those law enforcement agents that put their life on the line every day to protect us. I'm very proud to represent this city and this district, and I'm very proud to be a part of this seizure. And once again, thank you to the men and women of the DA's office, and especially thank you to District Attorney Jason Williams for being tough on crime, but also being smart on how we get a better city. Thank you.
Councilmember King, thank you for being one of the best partners law enforcement can have at City Hall. You have made sure that we've had the resources necessary to keep doing this work, and you've also helped guide this work. As I mentioned before, Special Agent in charge of the ATF, Josh Jackson, has been essential to every single one of these. I remember my first meeting with Josh, and he said, I want to make an impact. And he has been doing it over and over again, and he's not just doing it in Orleans Parish, he's doing it around the state. But he has really helped New Orleans turn a corner. And I can't thank him enough, so I'd like for you to hear from him as well.
Thank you, DA. Hey, good afternoon, New Orleans. My name is Joshua Jackson. I'm the ATF New Orleans Special Agent in charge, and so I do cover all of New Orleans, Mississippi, and Arkansas. But I want to share some details.
All right, just listening in there to this here on Live and Now from Fox. This coming in from New Orleans. They're talking about the inmate that was captured there, the final one, Derek Groves, following a 5-month manhunt. We're now getting new updates from Atlanta, where this individual was captured, the final one, and those 10 inmates that escaped from that Orleans Parish Justice Center. So let's listen in. As you can see, the mic flag set up, a public information officer directing some of the media, and then police on hand. Let's just listen into this briefly here on Live Now from Fox out of Atlanta.
Frank, you rolling? Got somebody behind you. Are you good? All right, everyone. Deputy Chief Kelly Collier.
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Kelly Collier with the City of Atlanta Police Department. So this afternoon, here on Honeysuckle Lane, the United States Marshal.
Details that we can release will be available on the Atlanta Police Department website in the news section. So right now, I'm not going to be able to answer many other questions, so I'll get back to you. I see your hand, but I'm going to get back to you once we finish this. All right? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. I'm proud of you.
In the crawl space of this home there.
So what happened? What did I miss? What did I miss? Danielle. Am I saying it right? It's Danielle, right? Yeah. Danielle, there is a Discord. We have I have a link, but Random is already in the Discord. I'm trying to get the Discord dialed in. Jen, before you came on, Random asked me about the Discord. I gave him the link to it. I'm still trying to figure out this Discord thing. So let me give you a link to the Discord as well. Invite to server. Let's see. Grant temporary membership. I don't know what that means. Does this work, Jen? So I guess I got to set up mod rules before I can even make someone a mod. So I got to set that up. Cool whip. Cool whip. And cigarettes. Do it, bro. Cool whip. Dude, Miss Medication puts Cool Whip in the freezer and we eat it like ice cream sometimes. But cool. Dude, I miss Stewie, bro. Cool Whip. If you know what that is. I got my coffee right here, bro, and I put some protein shake in there. Some protein powder. Yeah, bro. Good old Stewie with Cool Whip. Let's go, baby. Jen, let me know if that link works. If it doesn't, I'll see what I got to do. All right, sweet. Let's see if we got any action on Trump giving a doing a roundtable for Antifa.
Off of Honeysuckle Lane, as you can see this from the AG, Liz Muriel saying captured Derek Groves as he is in custody, potentially going to be extradited back to New Orleans. We're hearing from New Orleans officials about that as well. But we've talked about it, as you see, Governor Jeff Landry talking about all 10 escapees captured. You picked the wrong state. Thank you to our incredible law enforcement officials from the federal, state, and local level who worked tirelessly to put each of these men back where they belong, behind
Aquariums.
bars.
I'm on it, bro.
The video from that escape back in May. You can see almost a dozen individuals leaving this area there through a hole in the wall near the toilet of one of the cells. So these were 10 inmates that were captured over a matter of weeks, and ultimately this 5-month manhunt led them to Derek Groves as he was captured in Atlanta today. As SWAT were there on hand. They didn't want to get into any information of tips or what led them to look in this area. Atlanta, obviously a great distance from New Orleans. There's going to be
Lefty Maniac, Aquarium just sent us, Lefty Maniac threatened to detonate tent filled with 200 explosive outside DC church hosting Supreme Court justices. What the hell? Ruby, what did we say about gays and trans that triggered you? And it says it would be far more pragmatic to be focusing on real issues. We focus on whatever we want to focus on. Yeah, we focus on whatever we feel like focusing on. We don't focus on what you want us to focus on or what anybody else wants us to focus on. We focus on whatever we want to. Or in this case, whatever I want to be more specific. I'm not owned by any kind of media company. I don't get paid really to do what I'm doing. And so I do what I want. This is my entertainment to some degree, to a very high degree. Benjamin, I agree. Yeah, we're totally fine with gay, lesbian, trans. You can watch my my live stream where I went in the streets and talked about it. But I could tell you right now, no problem with it. Just as long as you don't push it on us. Just don't push it on us. Don't try to put men and women's sports. Don't try to snap your fingers and wake up tomorrow morning and all of a sudden say you're a woman and then look at us and we're mistaken because you look like a man and we call you the wrong thing and then you want to lose your mind and then cancel us. We're not playing the games, dude. We're not playing those games. We're good. We're good.
Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy, woman.
Yeah, no issue with anybody. I will have fun. I will entertain myself at the very least, if not you guys. But no problem with anybody. Just don't push it on us, man. That's all. It's not a big ask. It's not a huge ask. But at some point, we will have fun because we gotta have a little fun, man. Our life here on this earth is very short, and oh, this is the Senate floor. No, I don't want the Senate floor. I want Trump. I want to see Trump hold a town hall. I mean, a round table. State line spitting bars. Yep. At the White House, apparently. So Trump is supposed to be holding look at the size of that beautiful flag, bro. So glad Trump did that. So happy for that, bro. And I feel so sorry for people that are mad about an American flag when this is your country. But, oh, here we go.
Lovely people.
Here we go.
Hey, Pam. You were so good yesterday. Thank you very much. I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, that's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have all of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. And it seems to be going well. So we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening. But that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying
AKA Transtifa
against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas.
Beta!
Kettle.
Beta male. Beta male. Be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey, fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen.
We're not going to let it happen.
Gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very...
All of you in love with Epstein files, where were your presidents when they were a president? Where were they on Epstein files? Trump is the only one that actually did something about the Epstein files. And now that's all you can talk about. Epstein files, Jan 6. Epstein files, Jan 6. We're miles past all that, guys. Catch up. Catch up. You can do it. You can do it. I have faith in you.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. Beta male. Beta male.
So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay.
What the?
That's amazing.
At the people that are funding these operations, when you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these.
End woke insanity. Welcome to the chat. End woke insanity. Prosecute Nancy Pelosi and Ilhan Omar. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in cruel. And Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that...
I'm on mute. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Lunch of Champions. Protein cookie. Venison stick. Protein coffee. Let's go, baby. It's Trump time. Let's go. Let's go.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds.
Oh yeah, and a date. Don't forget the date. Gotta have a little date in there, a little sweetness. Natural sugar. Let's go. Let's go.
I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do: is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape. And you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning.
Yep.
Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye.
WN woke. Cheese cannabis. Cheese cannabis.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. What the? That's a lie.
Come on now. Come on, cheese cannabis.
That's a lie. What the? I didn't know you were gay. That's amazing. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. That's a lie.
Come on now.
So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It helped a lot because it was a difficult situation. It was very stressful. And your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to a Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone.
Yeah, they call us extreme when we have a American flag. They call us Nazi if we have an American flag. They called me a Nazi when I wore a Trump hat. They called us nationalist, extremist, terrorist when we had a flag on our shirt. Now your words have no weight. Call us Nazis, call us racists, call us this, call us nationalists, call us what you want. It has no more weight to it. You call people all kinds of things for no reason whatsoever. It has no weight to it anymore. You went all the way extreme. I fart in the wrong direction and you call me a Nazi. You think it means anything anymore? Come on now. Look at yourself in the mirror, guys.
The Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble, and we have a lot of records already.
Marcos.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Bill.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Be an alpha male, Bill, not a beta male.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. Beta male. Beta.
Come on now.
So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay.
Come on now. Wake up, bro. I literally fart in the wrong direction and you call me a Nazi. You think it means anything anymore? Do you really think we care when you say anything like, oh, you're so racist? No, I just said, what a wonderful country we have.
A lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart. And the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about it, what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. They ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for...
You a mess. You a mess.
Lying about where he went.
Britt, I don't know who Britt's talking to or what she's talking about. You a mess. Trump for president forever. W. Glint. I don't care if he's a dictator. Trump for president. You know what the people on the left keep telling me? Is Trump's gonna run for election again, a third term, 2028. You guys, 2028, Trump, 2028, third term. They're saying it so much, they're gonna manifest it. Watch.
To college.
I'm gonna trigger him right now. Love it.
That's a lie. What the?
Other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, you know? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's...
You guys are the ones that were censoring everyone, bro. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, now YouTube just 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago came out. You guys are the censors, bro. You guys are the real fascists. You are. You're projecting. It's called project. What is it again? State line. Confession through projection. They project their own mentalities and ideologies onto us. They used the FBI to censor us, and they want to talk about free speech. You guys cannot talk about free speech anymore. All our side did was talk. They went to your university, sat down, and talked, and you guys shot them.
Really out there courageously, and I appreciate it.
Major losers. Loser alert.
Just amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information.
You should be disgusted with yourselves.
Cash, it's great. Keep it coming, because there's
utter disgrace to our country.
Plenty of it.
The free world.
Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find. Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people.
Horticulture enthusiasts. I bet I know more about horticulture than you do. And I'm not a beta male, and I still know about horticulture. That's because I take time to learn shit, bro. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I have more horticulture in my fish tank behind me than you know. I guarantee you.
And they're going to be talking journalists.
That's right.
Almost all. And they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press.
Look at the cuties. Look at the cuties. Hold on, guys. Here we go. Hold on.
Okay, Pam, please.
Here are the cuties. Hold on, guys. Here we go. On the left and right, Pam Bondi and Noem, Kristi Noem. Should we do the palate cleansers? Guys, should we trigger them? Kristi Noem on one side, Pam Bondi on one side. Should we do it to them? Palate cleansers? Paulina Luna, ladies and gentlemen, say hello. Say hello. Say hello to Carolyn. Say hello to Caitlin. Put your hands together for Mary. All right, let's go. I feel like I'm at some kind of club.
Please.
Let's go.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration.
W. Carolyn Levitt, bro. W. Carolyn Levitt and woke. Yes, sir. Mary kind of fire, dude. Lord Nero. I'm telling you, dude. This is no joke right here. Don't sleep on her. Don't do it. She's from Daily Wire. Mary's a real one. And Carolyn, just the way she talks and handles herself on the when she runs the press briefings, God, love to listen to her go at it. Yep. Bill.
Beta male.
Come on, Bill.
Beta male.
Snap out of it, bro.
Beta male.
Snap out of it.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa
Bullshit.
feels
That sucks, dude.
empowered.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Let me just go back a little bit.
Yet the local police arrested Nick to save our American flag from being burned. He was put in line and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence.
Yep.
We've seen
W. Jen. Thank you, Jen.
more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our
Random, literally, bro. They can't even stand to see themselves in the mirror, bro. They might see what they're really spitting out their mouths. You know what I mean? Betas, bro. Straight beta.
Agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we won't.
Nobody's scared of Antifa. We're disappointed at our country that we produce such a thing. We're disappointed in ourselves, I guess, maybe a little bit too. But what a mess. What a mess.
Will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter, it will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI FBI will go after the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free.
And he's absolutely right. It was a mandate. We voted for Trump. We voted for this, and we voted for law and order, not corruption, not losers running around with a bunch of lawlessness, robbing stores, and doing all this crazy crap that's going on. We didn't vote for that. We voted for law and order.
You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland. Besides.
Is he the guy that got arrested for, grabbing the flag that was being burned? Nick Sorler? Sorter. Yes. Yeah, that was the guy. Okay. Let's go back.
Conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is.
What's up, Ange? And who's the person you're saying looks like me? And horticulture, don't be mad just because I know more about horticulture than you. Just kidding, bro. Just messing with you.
So exciting.
Not kidding about knowing more, though. Just kidding. Not really. Just kidding. No, I'm not kidding.
These guys know now that they have the backing of the secretary, the DO.
Guys, should we do a palate cleanser real quick? Should we go back right here? Just to make sure, in case anybody forgot what they try to push on us. They call us fascists, but their elite leadership wanted this guy to be in power still for another 4 years because he had no brains, but he had a heartbeat, so they can control him. right? Listen to this.
Making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Should we remind them of how hard they try to push this guy on us? They paid everyone to do it. Should we remind them? They paid everyone to do it, guys. Remember that? Should we remind them? Here we go.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And you read the New Yorker interview, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in Oshkosh, but if you, or the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. But if you want to know that, if it weren't the, not a close second. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And
this version of Biden,
eligible for what I've been, everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
We have to remind them every once in a while, guys, what they try to push on us with full force. They paid everyone. They bribed everyone. They strong-armed everyone. They blackmailed everyone. They did everything they could to keep Biden in power. And then when they realized that we all knew, but when everyone on their side realized Biden was gone and that's not going to fly, what'd they do? They chose for their own party who's going to run next. They didn't even give him a primary. They didn't let him do nothing. They just threw a losing candidate at you, Kamala Harris. And then what'd they do? They chose a losing running mate because they were racist against Jewish running mate that would have won. Probably would have beat Biden. Probably would have beat Trump. They were racist against Shapiro, who would have been a better running mate for Kamala. That probably would have won the election, to be honest. Very high chance.
OJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years. And apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine. No problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Not only were they racist against the Jewish person that would have been the best candidate for VP to go with Harris, they also didn't choose the gay person, so they are against gays as well, because they could have done way better with Pete Buttigieg, or however you say his name, right? They're racist against Jews. They're racist, and they know that their voters are racist and that their voters wouldn't have wanted Shapiro. They know that their own voters hate gay people. So they did not go for Buttigieg. Who'd they pick? I even forgot his name, bro, because he's not memorable. I literally forgot his name. Hold on. Has it Tampon Tim? Yes, Tampon Tim. Tim what? Not Tim Duncan. Tim who? Tampon Tim. That's all I remember.
In the media, and they're being forced to talk about it in reality because we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on.
Tim Waltz. That's right. Tim Waltz. Jeez, thank you guys. I legit forgot. I said it as if I meant to say it that way, but I forgot. You guys are right.
And much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right.
There's a flag, bro.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah, I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have two of them from the same guy.
Well, you also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy.
See, here we go again, where they use these words like Gestapo, Nazi, racist, and they use them in ways that don't actually make any sense. So they ruin the value or the weight behind the word. So it doesn't mean anything anymore. Now you can call us, at this point you can call us whatever you want. Call us Nazi, call ICE Gestapo, call this, call that, because you used these words in so many ways that continue to make no sense, that they don't mean anything anymore, guys. You used the word fascist after you guys were the ones that, first of all, you are the ones that you let your elites pick all three of your last candidates for president. No voters picked them. Your elites did. You're also the party that censored. Zuckerberg came out and told you guys flat out. Do I have to play it for you guys to remind you? Do I have to play it for you? Here, let's go.
While they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. While they're trying to,
you were the fascists, and then you call us fascists. That's, again, what goes back to the word. It's called confession through projection. You guys did that. You even ruined the word fascism because you used it when you were the real fascist. Same thing with Nazi. You guys literally don't let your own voters pick their candidates 3 times in a row now. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. 3 times in a row. Being against Shapiro, how is being against Shapiro racist? I don't know if Lord is talking about when I was talking. I was talking about when Kamala Harris was picking her running mate, she picked Tampon Tim instead of Shapiro. Shapiro was Jewish, and she knew that her voters would not vote Jewish because they're racist. So she didn't pick Shapiro, which I think Shapiro had a way better chance at beating Trump than Tampon Tim.
To push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. While they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor.
And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible.
Marlon, it's confession through projection. And projecting is when you project your own mentality, your own thoughts, your own ideologies onto someone else. Like when the leftists call us racist, when they're actually the ones that are racist, that's projecting their mentality or ideology onto us. And when they do that, it's called you're confessing what you are by projection. Confession through projection. They're projecting their own stuff onto us, and it's basically a confession. They're saying, this is what I am, but I'm calling you this because I'm a beta. Because they're betas, bro. Because they don't have an argument, so what do? They call you the thing. They call you the thing that they are, and in that way they're confessing to it.
Well, night made you famous.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position
What's a Dem talking point? Bars, guns?
Of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland.
Oh, you're saying I'm actually a Democrat posing as a Republican? Awesome, Marlon. Yeah, I love that one, Marlon. That's one I actually recently learned. I love it. I used to be a Dem, not a Dem anymore. I was a Dem not too long ago. Someone says, I'm an Arab. I stand with Israel against Iran. I stand with Israel against Iran. Well, I am of Persian descent. My parents are from Iran. I also stand against the Iranian government. I stand against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I stand against the government of Iran. So I'm with you on that part. I think that's what you mean too.
Had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland.
Koskesh, CTG, what's up, bro? Are you, I don't even know who you are, but welcome. Koskesh, what's up? What are you saying, man? Are you Persian too?
The other day, she'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them.
There is a big Persian community in California. That is true. Crazy Ange says, actually Sean Boswell says, what he's referring to as being a Democrat. Talking point is your point on projection is confession. That's what Democrats say, and you just said it. Democrats need to stop trying to act like they own everything. And one of the points that I think State Line or who else was it? I forgot who it was. Random was saying was that what's one of the most disappointing things is the trans community hijacking the flag. What is that? God, the rainbow flag. We had such a wonderful rainbow flag, and it got hijacked. Now you have some colors on your T-shirt, and now you're apparently trans, so you can't even do it anymore. So yeah, you need to stop trying to hijack things, bro. It's enough. We're not letting you hijack confession through projection now. Come on now.
What the?
We need to take back the rainbow, bro. I agree. And woke, I agree. Marlon says the Iranian people are great. It's the government that sucks. Marlon, Marlon, totally agree. Someone says Iran is a threat to USA and Israel. Definitely agree. Even though I'm of Persian descent, the government there is a threat, bro. They say death to America and Israel on a daily, and they say it to children in schools. Yes, it's very true. If you don't believe it, that's on you.
One of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's...
Dirty Money says, come take it. I mean... okay, bro. All right, bro.
Beta male. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
He's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. What? And I was told...
Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. Empty vessels.
By probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier.
Not gonna lie, I told you not long ago I was a Dem, and some of you guys already know because I've said this before. But when I started dating Miss Medication, I had TDS. I had TDS too, guys. Yeah, and now when I look back and I remember the moments that I was talking about Trump when I had TDS, I can't believe I was saying what I was saying and how dumb I was. It's so much better not having TDS. It's like a very eye-opening.
I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes.
Dang, bro, I like that. I got more attractive when I lost my TDS, bro. Can we replay that? Can we replay that? Hold on, let me put this back. Hold on.
This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement.
Yes.
Yes. You know, I'm a reporter.
Can we
in
see what she looks like? Who is this, bro? Come on.
Talking about, was told by he's in custody, shaking. As soon as you made that designation, called them authority today.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump,
what's
after
her
that
name?
happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're gonna hear us be.
Brandy Cruz. Political commentary for the anti-fringe. So she had TDS, huh? This is Brandy Cruz. Is this Brandy Cruz? Let's see. See her voice.
I'll start this segment on vaccinations as I have others. I am fully vaccinated. I got it at the first available.
CGT, this is her. CGT, what's wrong, bro? You got TDS too, huh? You got Trump derangement syndrome? Yeah? Yeah? I know, bro. I'm here. I'm your medication, baby. You're good. I got you. We're going to get you all dialed in. Give it time. A little bit of open mind, a little bit of open ears. Listen, bro, you're going to be good.
Opportunity. And because of others who chose to do the same thing, the state this week hit a 70%.
This is her. Okay, let's go back.
Very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, They're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you.
I like her too, bro. I like her too. Jen, yes. We gotta watch more of her. I don't think she, yeah, we gotta watch more of her. We gotta
here
watch
to convince
more.
any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers.
Guys, let's try to chill on the violence talk, please. The physical stuff, please tone it down, please.
Who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative, it's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at
State line, please, bro. Don't egg them on. Please. Let's not push these guys. They're wacko, some of them.
things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now I think I said.
We all find him funny, bro. He's hilarious, bro. He is so funny. Trump honestly could be a comedian, and we're going to miss him, man. 3 more years is not enough.
I'm much happier about it. But, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all.
Melody Serena, she's referring to Joe Biden's presidency. She says Joe Biden's presidency was a daily clown show, except the clown never showed up. It was a clown show with no clown. It was just what do you call those? Zombie? It was a zombie.
In a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others, unfortunately. Yes. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to. But I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others. But very specifically today, it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
I feel really good about that.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude and a little bit about my background.
Melody wants me to flex, guys. Should I flex?
Born in Portland, Oregon.
State line, please, bro. Don't talk about meetups and anything physical, man. Please, I want to keep this clean. Thank you, bro.
From there, and growing up, it's always been left wing, very progressive, and I liked it. It had cafes and artists.
Marlon, I agree. She does look more attractive than when she did. This was her before Trump derangement syndrome. When she had Trump derangement syndrome, and then this is her. This is her after. I think she does look more attractive without the Trump derangement. What do you guys think? Before TDS, after she got rid of TDS. I'm sorry. This is with TDS. This is TDS is gone. Way more attractive, right? You see the difference there, Ange? You see that? Yeah, I don't know. State Line, I just saw where you're saying I'd rather do like a meetup or DM or something. I don't want. Please don't talk about meeting up and stuff like that, man. I just don't want to have any of that kind of stuff because it eggs them on, man. They don't have any control over their thoughts and their feelings and their mind. They lose it. But what do you guys think? This is when she had major TDS, and then this is now. I think it's a big difference, bro.
But Democrats say they will never
wake
up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully. I agree, bro. When push comes to shove, they're a bunch of beta. But I just don't want to talk about meetups or DM. Let's do this. I don't want to make it into that because you know how they are, bro. They report you and then they find any little thing to knock you. Kept her. I can't see boobs. In 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Thank you, dude.
Many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to, but I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others. But very specifically today, it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Fucking Trump, bro.
Thank you,
He's
Mr.
so
President
funny.
and members of the cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude and a little bit about my
Big
background.
difference, Marlon.
Born in Portland, Oregon, from there. And growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive, and I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper, and I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland, and it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This was 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists. And I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of
AKA,
protest because people
Akagami.
They were concerned about
Yes,
racism
sir, Marlon.
or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019,
State Line, it's about Antifa. This is the title. This is it's a Trump is hosting a roundtable. They're discussing Antifa and what to do, and they're talking about like what has happened, and they're trying to like I don't know what's going to happen. I'm really curious, but this is all live. This is happening right now.
Led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob beating, and I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in, and the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears, and then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding in the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide.
Captain Homer says, straw man. What are you talking about, bro? Not sure what you mean.
But this felt so It's like, because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with US Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized.
Wow,
So,
Aquariums. What the
Thank you
hell?
so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now.
Wow.
It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could become so routine and accepted and cheered on by people. Although, you know, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, I mean, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids. I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot, and then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up, he's got a 5% approval rating, and the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military.
That's him.
Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that. 50 people over a short period of time murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family.
Mia says, who pays for Antifa to do this stuff? They say Soros, but I think Trump is saying that he's gonna get to the bottom of it. They said they're gonna follow the money to see who's paying who to do this stuff.
They throw them out of the family business.
Guy's a loser. But you know what? They actually, I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments, celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now.
Damn, bro. I looked up Mark Bray, but what am I looking at?
And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows, but most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported there. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, you know, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact.
I looked it up. This is what I have for Mark. I'm sorry. Mark Bray. You talking about like on Instagram or something? This guy? This person? Mark Bray Country? And then who is this talking about fascist again? You guys brought up fascist. You guys forgot that you are the actual fascist? Oh, he wrote the Antifa book. This guy. B-Rad says, look up the definition of fascist. If you feel the need to defend it and not oppose it, you're a fascist. Who's defending fascism? And then and I got Mark pulled up. Mark Bray, you saying this is the guy here?
Impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's Cash. I hear it's been amazing what's happening there, just very early. But you take a look at D.C. and you take a look at some of the other. We've had a big impact there. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that and very, very strongly doing that because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C. And it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why they're such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it if we have large swaths of, these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't.
Agree, state line. He didn't run on it, but he would do it. He said he would do it, and he did. And he did more than any Democrat president ever did. And illegal is illegal. Stop coming into our country illegally. Do it the right way. You don't go to any other countries illegally. Why do you do it to ours?
I don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership. They don't have a national headquarters. So how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? It was law enforcement.
And he did, Slim. And how come none of your presidents did anything about it? That's the way. Answer that question, Slim. Why did your Democrat leaders do nothing about the Epstein files? Tell us that.
Enforcement goes after criminal groups that.
Before you say anything else, talk to us about what your Democrat leaders did not do about the Epstein files. Why didn't they do anything about it?
Organized to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC. They don't have official membership cards. They don't have, a business address. But law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology.
And then now not claiming to be I'm not a Democrat and I'm not this. Trump did something about it when no one else did. Why didn't anybody else do anything about it? Trump did, and you don't want to give him any credit for doing what he did about the Epstein files. It's the same thing that you guys do about our country. Our country is the country that abolished slavery, yet all you can do on the left and everyone else that's doing this is talk about how we're racist. We're racist. We're slave. We were slave owners, and that's all we were. And a country was built on slavery. No, a country was built on abolishing slavery. But all you guys do is talk about the opposite, and you try to make the opposite true, and it's not true. All right? So that's what it is. Exactly. Why didn't anybody else do anything about it? And when you talk about our country like that, you should do the same thing. We're the ones that abolished slavery. Stop talking about all the negativity. Why don't you tell us about, hey, can you believe that Trump is a person that actually did something about the Epstein files? Can you believe that America actually fought itself in a civil war to abolish slavery?
Ideology, because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview.
As soon as we ask Slim to explain anything that makes sense, look, why don't you exactly? He wants this is not a healthy chat room. This is a healthy chat room. You ask a question, we gave you an answer, and now we're presenting you the question. Why didn't anybody else do anything about the Epstein files? Why don't you mention the fact that Trump actually was one of the only ones that did something about the Epstein files? Why don't you do that? Because you're just a negative Nancy?
I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well. And probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being present, they were tagging the streets with CJNG.
That's what I thought, Slim. That's what I thought. Tail between your legs, just like that. So easy.
Which is Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is a cartel. So you have these people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose.
And then you got Little Lex says there was much greater priorities, like fixing the economy that Trump ruined. Like fixing the economy, you mean the fact that you spent 4 years destroying our economy, putting us in the worst inflation ever, and then trying to fix it at the very end just to so you can get your election again, so you can get elected? You did nothing to help the economy. You destroyed the economy for 4 years.
Is what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened in, the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually, it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office.
It's not racist to have a border.
But it's no longer just a border issue. It's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird kind of going back to my home state to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, shoot ICE, shoot those, efforts, shoot those efforts. So I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This is very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own.
Holy smokes, Big Mac can't. Holy smokes, look at that, dude. Your interpretation of what the left is the same as a 16-year-old whose only political experience is lib dunked on videos. You have too many gray hairs to have this juvenile understanding of politics. $50 for beard dye. Dang, thank you for the 50, bro. Holy cow. That's the most money I've ever made doing social media. Can you believe that? He just paid me the most money I've ever made doing social media, and I will like his post. I will like it. Your interpretation of what the left is the same as 16-year-old whose only political experience is lib dunked on videos. You have too many gray hairs to have this juvenile understanding of politics. $50 for beard dye.
That's amazing.
You get the...
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
What the? That's amazing.
Dang, bro. Holy cow. To think I would get paid for, to get... to get insulted? To get paid to get insulted. That's pretty solid. Dude, thank you. Big ballin', bro. Yeah, Surfer. Holy cow, bro. Look at that. Guys. Dude. That is solid, bro.
The Great White Hope.
Thanks for the donation. We need to get more Great White Hope shirts, guys.
The Great White Hope.
Dang, bro. Look at that.
The Great White Hope.
Big Mac coming through. Love it, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Should I do what he said and dye the beard here? It'll make the patchiness go away. Look. Should I give you a better look? Here. Let's go like this. Look, right here. I can't see. Can you see it? Like Tupac. Am I clear to you? You guys know Tupac? Come on, guys. Right here, right here. Am I clear enough for you? Don't die. No, leave it. You think leave it? Dude, my beard was so nice and it was black. It was so solid. Aquariums, bro. You're only man with beard. Only Middle Eastern man with beard struggles. Damn, dude. But the girls like the silver fox kind of thing, no? No? The silver fox? Oh, dude. The hair is getting there. Look. The hair is gray. I mean, it's black, but we're getting a little gray here on the sides, dude. Look. Yes. Ange says silver fox. I like it. I love it. Yes. Yeah. Oh, and the eyebrows. The eyebrows, dude. Look at the eyebrows. Look at this. Where are we at? Look. Caterpillars, dude. Caterpillar. Look at. Can you see those or what? Oh man. Big Mac coming through. Miss Medication says she loves it. She loves the silver look, the silver fox. And she won't let me trim my eyebrows. Not that I won't really want to, but every time the barber tries to trim the eyebrows, she loses it. She goes, no. Because they always try. They grab them and they're like, and I'm like, no, don't do it. Oh, man. He says, Surfer says, you got to thread them at caterpillars, dog. Yeah, dude. Dude, I'll show you one day. I'll show you guys pictures when I did trim the eyebrows, and I looked. Are
you out of you?
I looked.
So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay.
Yeah. It looked like a
beta male.
I looked like a
beta male.
Yeah. It was me with cleaned up eyebrows, dude. I look super metro, which is another word for gay. Yeah, I know. Damn, dude, look at that. The biggest money, the most money I've ever made on this thing doing this stuff. Holy cow, guys, we're moving on up. Holy smokes. Wow. Good one. Good looking out, Big Mac. Welcome to medication, baby. You've been silent. I know. We need to get Big Mac out here talking some more. Yeah, bro. Now time to buy a new watch. Now I just need like 50,000 more of those, bro, so I can get another. No. 5,000 more of those. Medi has the Eastern chest hairs peeking through the top of his shirt. Now, I will tell you guys, I have some chest hair right here, a little bit, but it's just that. I'm known as the hairless Persian. All my life, I've been called the hairless Persian. I got no hair, dude. Literally, look at this. Like, there's no hair. Where is this? No hair. I'm like Japanese, dude. Look, no hair. I'm the hairless Persian, dude. Literally. I got a little bit right here, just right here. I can't even see. Am I in there? Yeah, a little bit right here. And then everything. My whole back is like Japanese. Yeah. According to the fuck, that's like a hairless Greek. What are you, gay or something, bro? I don't know how it turned out. I got lucky, dude. I got hair like right in here, and thank goodness right here, and then like a little bit right here, like down the middle, like my stomach down, all the way down. Yep, and then my whole back and everything, my arms, everything's hairless except for like right here, got a little fuzz. Or is it? Oh, look, damn, dude, look at the definitions coming through. Yeah. And then my hairs, dude. I got hair. I got the Persian legs, dude. I know. CGT, I think, is Persian, bro, and I have a feeling he's hairy, bro. Even if CGT is a girl, if she's Persian, she's probably hairy. Damn, bro. Oh my God. Right? CGT, are you a girl or a guy? Less hair than your kid. Mia has a half Persian kid, by the way, guys. She told us that before. CGT says yes, Persian non-virgin guy. So CGT is a Persian guy, and apparently he's not a virgin. Well, we didn't ask that part. I guess it's not TMI, but we're starting to learn a little bit about each other, guys. Here we go. CTG, where are you? What country are you in? Deshaun says cap. When you have to tell us you're not a virgin, you're probably a virgin, bro. Right, Deshaun? Shit, bro. Oh, my God, bro. Here we go. You're in USA. Oh my God, bro. Oh, dude. CGT. کجایی bro? چیکار کردی؟ چی میگی bro? کجایی تو آمریکا؟ بهمون بگو bro. بهمون بگو. خوشحال شدم bro. دمت تو گرم dude. California, are you here with me, bro? I'm in Southern California, baby. Ange, we're not Habibis. Habibis are Arab. Big distinction between Persians and Arabs. There's a big difference. And if you guys have friends that are Arabs and Persians, you would know there's a big distinction. Big distinction. We are not Arabs. CGT says, خیلی خوشحالم. That means I'm really happy. You know, I told him, I said, خوشحال شدم. That means I'm happy. It's kind of like saying happy to meet you, happy to be here. And CGT says he's very happy. CGT, کجایی? I'm in Southern California, bro. Are you out here? Are you out here, bro? Big Mac says, Big Mac, bro. Now that you put the 50 down, bro, we gotta give you some love, dude. We gotta give you some love. Big Mac says, nothing I said was a contradiction. Then he said, Nothing I said is contradicted by what I did. I think you might just be a functional retard. Very different cultures, for sure, Mia, yes. Oh, CGT, Cali strong. CGT's in NorCal. Okay. All right. Never mind. Marlon is in SoCal. What up, Marlon? Big ups to SoCal, bro. There's major parts of SoCal that are lefty, bro. Super left. But I'm in OC. I'm in OC, bro. So we're a good mix. Some cities are more right, to be honest. Newport Beach, Huntington Beach. I'm in OC, dude. So I'm looking at your chats. I'm on the wrong screen. Here you go. State line, state line. Yeah, like exactly. Those are like comparing Mexicans to Puerto Ricans. Usually doesn't go well. Yeah, it's like fighting words, bro. Arabs and Persians. Persians hate being called Arabs, bro. Persians hate being called Arabs, bro. I'm American though, so it don't really bother me. But Deshaun is right. Never call a Persian an Arab. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. You guys know, bro. You guys know. If you know, you know. It is a thing. Crazy. And yeah, you did. You started it. But no, it's good. It's good. It's fun. All fun. All fun. Yeah. Shit. Y'all got a complex. We all got complexes, bro. San Diego, baby. San Diego's great. San Diego's like a mix between OC and LA, to be honest, on the political front. Slim says, are Palestinians Arab? A lot of them look white. Palestinians are Arabs. They are Arabs. They speak Arabic and they're from like Arabic descent or whatever you want to call that. Oh, calling a duchy a German? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Palestinians are Arabs. For sure. For sure. Deshaun, they mix with Jews and Greeks and Phoenician, but majority Arab. Yeah. Yep. Some of my Palestinian best friends growing up are super white. They look like white. Super, like with almost blonde hair, like light brown, almost blonde hair, like blue eyes. Yeah. Slim says culture is Arab, but DNA seems mixed. Yeah. I mean, we're all, dude, all of our DNA is mixed, bro. Come on. All of our DNA is mixed. And then from what I understand, I guess Persians are the same as Germans because we're Aryan, I guess. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Everything's mixed up, bro. We're all mixed up, dude. We're all a bunch of mixed. We're all cocked. That's why I say, bro, there's no racism, bro. We're all the same thing, man. As soon as you guys stop trying to like tell black people they're not good enough and stop acting like black people aren't good enough and we need DEI for minorities and all this stuff, just leave it all alone, man. We're all the same. Stop it. Stop it with the racism, bro. Just leave us all alone. We'll figure ourselves out, man. We'll figure it all out. Deshaun says Aryan. Yeah, I don't know, man. I heard about that. Persians and Aryans are the same, and I don't know, bro. I didn't get too lost into that. Mia says yes, Indo-Aryan bloodline. Yeah, I've heard some things. I didn't get lost into it, but yeah. Jen says, gotta go on a coffee run for the fam. I'll be listening though. Right on, Jen. Love you, Jen. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping, man. When I was trying to run the show, you were handling it. You and State Line. Deshaun says, joking, but true Aryans are Persians. That's what I've heard. Again, I can't confirm that, and I don't know the reality behind it, but that's what I've heard too. So if that is true, then my ancestry goes back to being, I guess, with Germans too, or I guess Aryans, from what I've read before, Aryans went up to became Germans and then went to the side and became Persians. So I don't know. But we all American now. Exactly. One love, Jen. Yeah, we all American, dude. And we're all human, bro. Just stop it with the DEI and the skin and the color and these people are this and those people are that, and just leave it all alone, man. There's a thing called meritocracy, right? Just leave it all alone, man. Let us just all be the same and let us figure out our own thing, man. We are the ones that abolished slavery. We literally killed ourselves. We killed each other to get rid of slavery. You know what I mean? Stop trying to make us out to be slave drivers. Stop trying to make us out to be, just leave it alone, Brett. Dude, it's just so stupid. Yeah. Merit is honor, dude, literally. And you earn it. And then when you level up, then you don't have to worry about, hey, am I here because of my skin color or because of my ethnicity? You know what I mean? You even feel better about your own accomplishments. And then when I'll pull up clips where you have black people that say, I walk around this university and when people look at me, I can't help but wonder, are they looking at me because they think I'm here because of DEI? Or are they wondering if I earned it or it's DEI? And that's jacked up. Dude, if I was black and there was DEI and I earned my way into something and I had to feel that way about it, that's so fucked. That's so fucked, dude. I think that's jacked up, dude. I think that's jacked. I honestly, like, because if you don't earn it, it sucks. And then if you do earn it and you get somewhere, then you walk around like with this feeling and it's like, oh, dude, why? And then other people look at you and go, well, did they earn? They actually do. They look at you and go, dude, did they earn it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm just looking at chat here. Elliot, haven't seen Elliot before. Welcome, Elliot. Elliot Brigman. That's what bothers me. I've noticed liberals, baby black and other. I've noticed liberals, baby black and other races. The right treats them as they are our kinsmen. Mia says, what is that called? Minority privilege or systemic subsidized privilege? First time I heard that. Benjamin says, Slim, fat boy, bro, we love you, bro, even though you almost as good of a troll as Trump. Dude, nobody's as good of a troll as Trump. I agree. Min says I can't type. I don't know what you're saying. But yeah. Just leave us alone, man, and leave yourselves alone, and leave black people alone, leave minorities alone. And just leave everyone, just let us do our thing. We're humans, dude. Let us do our thing. You don't have to freaking do all this and make everyone feel a way about everything.
We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time. And we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there. Because like I said, we're just out there. And but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations. And, we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President.
By the way, I got to say, Mia, I gotta say W Mia because when we first started this channel, she was on the opposite side, and I think she still is. But she stuck around and she heard us out, and we heard her out, and we all got along. We disagree, but we got along. So W Mia, dude, thank you for being cool and doing what my whole point of this channel is to get together and talk about stuff, have a good time, maybe even poke at each other a little bit, but still chat. And we're all together. We're all alive at the same time, guys. Can you believe that? We're all here alive at the same time. W that, dude.
It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For dude. W being alive. We're all alive at the same time, and we're all in this together right now. And yeah, 100% love that we're alive, and just love that we're able to get together and just kind of share this experience together. Hell yeah.
I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause.
Dude, is it me or does she have a black eye?
Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole.
Oh, dude. She does have a black eye, bro. Yeah, what the hell? Dude.
While reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week, after the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened to my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house.
Wow, bro. These people are evil, bro. Wow. Wow, I didn't know about this, dude. This happened a week ago, Deshaun says. And Portland police would not arrest her attacker. Wow. Ainge says Portland police wouldn't arrest her. Her eye looked a lot worse 2 days ago. I didn't see this, dude. Deshaun, yes, you're right. Note time, link up with JD. Another good dude, reform convict. Note time, bro. Link up with JD Delay. Let me write it, make a note. Because I still have the note about PBD. Deshaun said for me to get with PBD to go on his podcast or have him on. And then you're talking about JD Delay. JD Delay. Okay, I got that down too. Bro, I looked at her. I go, dude, she doesn't look, and she had a concussion and a black dude. What the hell are these people doing?
That is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they?
What's her name again? Katie Daviscourt.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack?
A journalist covering the, quote, complete lawlessness in Portland said she was left with a painful black eye when a masked Antifa-affiliated protester whacked her in the face with a flagpole.
Immediately ran to a Portland police
Oh, look
officer,
at her eye, dude.
hunted down the suspect, chased her through the streets and said, "This is my assault suspect. Can you guys finally do something?" And I had eyes on her for about 35 minutes. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. And I had 3 officers just standing there watching me try to hunt down this suspect.
This Antifa-affiliated subject just started approaching me and waving a flagpole in my face. And then I kind of turn around, and that's when she swung it like a baseball bat and directly hit my eye. Daviscourt also told Real America's Voice host, Jack Posebek. The Portland Police Department issued a press release asking for the public's help in identifying the suspect, but police denied that they refused to help the journalist. One of the department's dialogue liaison officers attempted to talk to the suspect to hear her side of the story. She would not stop, so the officer told her she was being detained. She refused the lawful police order to stop, and she fled, police said. Police have also said that they met with the victim and that the case is being investigated by its Major Crimes Unit. President Trump has directed the War Department to send all necessary troops to Portland to protect the city and its ICE facilities from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists, following months of daily protests. Oregon has filed a lawsuit to block Trump's plan to deploy National Guard troops to Portland. Trump also confirmed he is authorizing full force if necessary, amid the spate of daily protests that have intensified since June.
Portland is unbelievable what's going on in Portland. The destruction of the city. Well, I'm going to look at it now because I didn't know that was still going on. This has been going on for years. So we'll be able to stop that very easily.
Portland has long been a hotbed of Antifa activities. Rioters there have repeatedly attacked and laid siege to the ICE facility, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Trump has also deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C. and Memphis as part of an effort to crack down on crime. Earlier this year, he briefly sent the National Guard to Los Angeles to address concerns about rioting. A journalist.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys, because
yeah, dude, would love to get PBD on. Somebody said something about Persian eyebrows, caterpillars. Yeah, these are Persian eyebrows. I mean, I'm American. My parents are Persian ancestry. But yeah, these are Persian eyebrows. And then what else did you guys say? What else you guys trying to say? Someone's a beta. I think, is Tony a beta? Is that what you guys are saying? Yeah. Or yeah. Who else? Who else is in here? Who else is in here? Yeah. Pizza. I think pizza would solve a lot of the world's problems. I agree with that. Greek eyebrows are thicker, he says. Dude, when I went to Greece, everyone thought I was Greek. They were trying to talk to me in Greek, bro. I'm like, sorry, bro. I wish I could speak Greek. I can't. No, he's not, Jesse. Should I play it, bro?
A feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
Yes. No, he's not, Jesse. God, bro, that's... Oh, my God, bro. It's every time, bro. That's the best. Mia says, well, my granddad's Italian brows curled twice. That's what I'm talking about. And Medi says, PBD is Assyrian. That okay? Yeah. Assyrians are pretty much Persian. They've been so mixed, intertwingled with Persians. Fun fact, back in the very, very long time ago, when there was a Persian Empire and the Persians, let's just call it conquered Assyrians. They let Assyrians be Assyrian, practice whatever religion or whatever they wanted to practice, speak whatever language they want to speak. And Assyrians maintained their, I think they did maintain their bloodline for a long time. But I do think they're very intermingled with Persians too. But Persian Empire at that time, that was when Persians let people do what they wanted to do and be themselves and practice what they want. That was like when they had the first, I guess, Bill of Rights, right? Fun fact.
2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is.
Tony says Persians are rich. I think Persians work really hard. From everyone I know, work their asses off, man, including myself. And I don't know if I call myself rich, but I made myself well off, thankfully. My parents came to this country and literally were maids in hotels, at hotels. They were cleaning rooms in hotels at Disney, not in Disneyland, but at the nearby hotels around Disneyland. Then they worked their way up, made really good money. My dad ended up becoming a wholesale car dealer, and then lost it all at some point when I was graduating high school and growing up and becoming a man. And then I went to work full-time myself, working every day and weekends, and had to make my own everything from scratch. And thank God I did, man, because that made a man out of me.
Now, Mr. President, it wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. You have Americans begging for the National Guard, and to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can see.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long. For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number one, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the
I like that. I never heard that, Deshaun. That's pretty good. He says, vote blue no matter who. Never heard that, and I love it. Because that's what it is. They all voted for Biden. They all voted for Kamala. And not one person could tell you why when you asked them. You saw Charlie Kirk ask every single one of them, why? Give me the top reason you're voting for Kamala? No answer. No answer. Because she was a vice president. No, that's not what I meant. What did she name? One thing she did. Name. Yeah. Yeah. If Trump was wrong, I would want to know instead it's the deep left. I know the corporations and billionaires are willing to take every penny from us if we let them. Are you against capitalism? Are you against capitalism? Yeah.
Decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then three, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So, again,
I've never heard of Canada paying, the government paying for Antifa, but I think what Trump was saying earlier is that they're gonna. I mean, they've been saying this for a while. They're gonna get to the bottom of who's funding these Antifa lunatics.
And I want to thank you.
So if it is Canada, we'll find out soon.
For your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and.
I think guys, I don't know. I mentioned you guys. I mean, I see you guys mentioned crowdfunding is not illegal, but what do you guys think of crowdfunding when they start funding, like people that are doing the violence against other people, like that guy that stabbed that girl on the subway, how they were doing crowdfunding for him, or the guy that was a high schooler that stabbed the black guy that stabbed the white guy in high school. They were doing crowdfunding for him and this whole thing. What are your thoughts on that? And if you're not for that, what do you do? How would we stop that?
Appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm 100% independent.
Oh, dude, Nick Shirley is here on the roundtable, guys. Nick Shirley, who just got attacked. Literally, all he does is hold up a camera and a microphone.
YouTube journalist, and over the past.
Surfer says that should absolutely be allowed. If someone wants to donate their money to someone's legal defense, that is their prerogative. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy how that works.
Past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Seca, with people in the gangs.
These are people that do not have good intention for the country.
Guys, this is Nick Shirley. Let's hear him out.
And that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in DC.
W Deshaun, bro. Thank you, Deshaun. Yes, thank you guys for liking and subscribing. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. We just hit 4,000 yesterday morning. Trying to hit 5K by Thursday, Friday. Probably Friday-ish. Hoping. We're moving fast, guys. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you. Love you.
And in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law
what's he lying about, Monk?
is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging.
Deshaun, great point. The guy literally records and with a microphone and a camera.
Acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's so crazy, right,
much.
Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Cam.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, yeah, that's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking.
I agree. Nick got rocked, man. Nick, it's sad to see. He got crushed out there.
Talking about
that was messed up.
About Newsmax or
these guys are not messing around. They're literally getting physical and violent. It's crazy, crazy shit happening out there.
Any outlet that resembles them. So I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Who would you say? Which network?
MSNBC for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. They're
CNN, probably close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way. Yeah, MSNBC. That's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah,
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not really a news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Well, sir, it's
who
also
else?
just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting on it.
Who is that?
MSNBC, for example, they're...
Would you rate them the worst?
Probably.
Who would you rate second?
I want to hear this, but Mia brings up a good point. Benjamin, thank you, bro. Good looking out, guys. Thank you guys so much. Love you guys. Thank you for supporting me. If there's something that you guys can come up with that I should do at 5K, when we hit 5K, let me know so we can set that and be more intentional about the 5K. The 4K we did, I did a tank tour. I showed you guys my fish tanks here in my office. I have fish tanks. And I have a beta for the beta males, for the betas. He's a beta male. He's a male beta. But I do have fish tanks. I did a fish tank tour. And let me know what you guys think we should do when we hit 5K. Mia says, give the beta and alpha.
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents.
A beard dye stream, a beard dye show, diet black, bro. You guys are gonna think I'm 25, bro. Come on, I don't want to do that to you. I made it official. That's right, Elmo. Porsche tour. We could do a Porsche tour. Yeah. But then I'm going to get haters saying, oh, look, he's flexing. Look. But it's all good, bro. It's all good. Just for men.
That's amazing.
With the weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and I'm a citizen, so I feel fine. But it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
it's working in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But as I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
Well, I watched a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer. And they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. No, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you. But there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible.
Beta! You guys just saw my
Beta male.
And he is a
beta male.
Unfortunately, he's a beta male. But he's not a beta. But he's a beta, but he's not. It's complicated.
Well, we're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead, yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in DC in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities.
Damn, I just realized we have not been on Instagram for like an hour. And because we hit the 4 hour, because Instagram stops my stream at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours and 50 minutes straight right now. I'm going to reload Instagram for those of you, I guess they don't know yet. They can't even see us. Okay, let me do that.
Right now. They get in.
But this is insane. What is this guy saying right now, dude? I didn't know about this. I'm putting this back a little bit.
Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far-left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal, and we will continue again to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, the cameras went off. 2 of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You know, you did mention MSDNC, CNN.
I just noticed what Arian said. Arian Blitzkrieg said, these idiots apparently don't realize that Antifa doesn't actually exist outside Republican fantasies.
That's a lie. That's a lie. What the? That's a lie.
And that prompts us to do this.
Darrell, good morning, sir. Thank you for being with me.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good to be here.
I appreciate it. How did you become a member, and why did you become a member of Antifa?
Well, I think it's just been a case of me doing this even before we even knew the term. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years, and it's just been a case of wanting to know more about the people that hate us, and then that turned into wanting to do something about the people that hate us before they cause the kinds of divisions that they have caused in generations past. That's always been my mission.
And when you say the people that hate,
let me get the better.
Most of you in this country know about Antifa. They tend to show up at rallies with the alt-right and conservatives and others. And I have been wanting to talk to a member of or the head of Antifa for a long time.
Thank you for having me. We do have
show up at a rally. They had a permit to hold that rally. I mean, the alt-right people, I'm sorry, not Antifa, but the alt-right people were holding a peaceful rally. You guys showed up dressed in black, your faces covered, you came with weapons, and you attacked the alt-right. Was that right? Why did you show up? And didn't they have a right, whether you agree with them or not, didn't they have a right to hold a peaceful rally. They were in support of the Confederate flag. They didn't want it to come down. Didn't they have a right to protest?
Liverpool, what's up? New England, Trump has common sense. Kamala never did. New England Patriots. Hey guys, what's up? What's up? Trump, the best president America has. Wish he was our prime minister in England. Liverpool, I know, but you guys, I think in England, you guys got lucky that Trump got elected, because I don't know if you guys would be able to be doing what you're doing now, standing up for yourselves, if Trump didn't serve as a good example. BTK says, smiling jackass. Thanks for the insult, BTK. Love you too, buddy. Dude ate Antifa. I can see that. That makes a lot of sense to me. Concepcion. Antifa. So who was it that was saying there's no such thing as Antifa? It's all in our in our heads.
Here you are defending the Nazis again. This is what I'm talking about. It was them that attacked. It was them with the weapons.
That's not
them
true.
With the skills. It was them with the helmets. It was them with the military formations. And they've been harassing Charlottesville for a good 3 months now.
You're not answering my question.
The show before. The fact of the matter is, the anti-fascist groups that were there, You're
not answering my question.
Oh, not me, the guy on the screen. Oh, my bad. Okay. Sorry, my bad. My bad, bro, because I had a little smirk on my face too.
We're protecting that city, protecting that town, and they were the ones that suffered a fatality.
Why?
Heather Heyer was killed by the neo-Nazis.
Why are you?
Allegedly by the neo-Nazis. I play it safe. But the truth of the matter is, when we came out there because we saw that these neo-Nazis, who you want to say have a permanent, like that's supposed to mean we can't show up, they came out there to try to intimidate Charlottesville. So we came out and said, no, you will not do that. There was no violence until you saw those people with a permit shoving clergy around, shoving people who weren't lifting a finger to them.
Daryl, why did you, if you people mean well, if you're supposed to be doing the right thing, why are you hiding your faces, and why are you coming with sticks and nails and sharp edges if you're trying to do good? And why are you so violent?
You know, I think it's funny how you have an issue with violence, considering you have defended people who have been about domestic violence. How you talk about how fighting domestic violence is a socialist plot to undermine the man.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I digress. You're absolutely right.
Love Jesse, bro.
Why are you so violent?
I'm not masked up. I'm not violent. If I'm violent, it's because somebody has been violent against me. And in the case of Charlottesville, that's exactly was the case when it came to Antifa. When you saw those individuals, the National Socialist Movement and other organizations, the Traditionalist Worker Party, getting into it with people who were not being violent against them, who were simply exercising their right to speak and their right.
Mia, you're not from America, but Jesse, I don't know if it's that. I don't think he sounds drunk. It's his accent. He has like a different, like Southern style, some kind of different kind of American accent that makes him sound that way.
Their free speech rights.
But you're not being.
And we love his accent. It's such a cool American accent that I don't hear a lot these days.
Honest right now.
That's what's happened. That's when things happen.
Daryl, you're not being honest. You know, I've interviewed Richard Spencer and Bate, Alaska, those guys, and I don't agree with some of the things that they're about, but they do not have a history of being violent. Antifa guys.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have a long history of being violent.
And so
now you're not being honest.
You're not being honest, Daryl. But let me ask: there is black on black violence in urban areas around the country. Why is
Matthew McConaughey blah blah
that if you care about black people, Antifa is supposed to be trying to make black people's lives better, improve their lives? Why don't you go into the urban areas and protect the good?
I didn't get it, bro. I might be missing this. Amedi, remember when you went to Antifa? I don't catch. I might have missed some of the chat. Lola Quantum AI official. He was a cleft palate that was repaired. Okay. Melissa dies. Down home diva. Why does the left think that the faster they talk, the more right they are? Intelligence requires shutting up and listening as well. I like that. That is very true. They go nuts and constantly Jesse has to tell him to calm down. I think he tells him to calm down. I think he goes, hey, calm down. No, it's all good. Who knows? If he drinks or not. I don't know his drinking habits, but I don't think Jesse drinks. It's blocking my comment. Antifa.com. Used to redirect us to bot. No, I didn't know that one. Bro. That's crazy.
Folks from the good black people, from the bad black ones, the young people who are killing children and who are killing adults. Why not go in the black community and do something about the violence?
Well, it's funny you say that because I know a number of organizations that have been about trying to quell the violence in the inner cities. If you want to talk about that, we need, and I'll be
honest, there.
In all fairness, I have been working on the website and I have taken down the gallery entry. It's a rogues gallery entry that you're in, and it's been up there for about 10 years. But
they have Jesse Lee Peterson on a list. They have Jesse Lee Peterson on a list. Look, I don't know if you guys ever heard this. Check this out.
Not all
people. You're a Christian, Daryl?
Yes, I am.
You're a Christian, so you believe in God. People?
Anyone of all black. It's about the person. It's not so much about what
I think it's right here.
or what religion you are. It's about you. So that's not the issue. That's not the issue for me to say.
You said that my name is on your list. My producer chat that he didn't see my name on your list. Did you know it's not there?
Yeah. In all fairness, I have been working on the website and I have taken down the gallery entry. It's a rogues gallery entry that you're in. And it's been up there for about 10 years, but we have been retooling the site. That's the reason why.
I was told that Antifa has planned a rally in November 4th.
Okay, let's go back. So that was for Mr. Monk that was saying there's no such thing as Antifa.
And a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, the brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, this is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020 when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property. But they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, you know, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying it's just an idea, right? That's all this is. So it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question. So why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa is terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa? It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa. Please.
There's a lot of overlap, and I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in black bloc, you know, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. You know, did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, oh, well, they don't call themselves Antifa.
There she is again, Brandy Cruz. We got to watch more of her and see what she has to say.
Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, there's no police here, this is Antifa land. And then at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, oh, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You know, President Trump, I just wanted to add this real quick, because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, you know, they call Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing all these problems.
So when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble, Chicago's there, potentially great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. What makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite you. To spite the administration. That's simply what it's about.
Dude, Troy, the Somalis and the nearby, the other countries in that area are taking over not just the northern part of our country, but a lot of Europe, bro. They're taking over lots of Europe, dude. England is under siege, bro. And same with France. It's out of control.
About at this point, because if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're hearing all night long screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying because they, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals. And that's one of the major problems here. And these people are afraid to come out and speak out, and they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong. Like, how could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. Look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice. Well, she was saying that,
and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they cropped it in.
Explosions in the background.
Sir,
anybody have anything else to say over here? And then should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they're going to ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked, and a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
poor CNN, it's so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors in the evening? Nobody ever heard of them. Where do these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
Yeah, and it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, It's just one of those things, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are you
very
finished,
much.
Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack is so big, you have a show on a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally, can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, you just tell me, I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. You know, the best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative. Then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. You know, if you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Blue Tent had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here. So thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd?
Mr. President.
That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck.
Actually,
Who are you?
I am with
What network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But I am the foreign ruler today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are on the ground?
I would. I might do that. I may do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying that's the first topic. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, "Everybody, move back, get out." And they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense.
See you, Troy.
You want to comment on that, Chris?
And you guys know what he's talking about, right? When ICE was under attack and they did not want to help them. So apparently that could be a legal issue now. I didn't know that. But Troy says, I got to get back to work. Y'all keep your heads on swivels. Always, bro. Always, man. Always. Another fun fact you guys don't know about me, I finished the police academy, one of the hardest ones in California. And finished 5th in my class. Anyway, but I always have my head on a swivel, buddy. Much appreciated. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you.
Christy.
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE, that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Yeah, Benjamin, hell yeah, dude. Finished 5th in my class in the academy, and I was tied for first place in the section called firearms training. Yep. Got a lot of cool stuff, man, we can talk about over time. There's so much I want to tell you guys about me and that I want to learn about you guys. But yeah, that's a little bit more about me that you now know.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't.
Marco
That's why
Rubio.
they shouldn't be reporting.
Here we go.
Which job is he here for today,
Come
sir?
on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
He's doing a good job. He was born for this job, I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I have 2 questions for you, if that's okay.
Hello,
Seamus
Robert.
talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak? And I have
It
a
would,
question
it
on
would help.
this.
You know, I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%.
Thanks, dude.
These people, a lot of them don't believe it. You know, when they, I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro by,
That's right,
they're
baby.
like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it maybe, but a lot of it.
And then a follow-up to that is a lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa,
That's why I always tell you guys, always gonna back up my fellow Americans. Always. Dude. Always. Love you guys.
it's not necessarily
And non-Americans, Mia.
this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly.
Are we back? Wait, am I looking at an old feed? Hold on. We're good, right? Yeah, we're good. Sorry.
But these are sick people.
Ange, remind us what state are you in again? I forgot.
Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years, and that's
Do they allow guns in Canada?
why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. Yeah, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and
Wow.
they're going to need me pretty quickly. So I will
Wow.
take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have 2 questions
I didn't forget you. I just forgot what country you were
for
in.
you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus
And if I remember correctly, you're 1 hour north of Toronto. Did I remember that correctly?
to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Okay. All right.
Habeas
I remember
corpus,
now.
sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
in the ceasefire
This is
negotiations.
CNN speaking, by the way. So,
Are you
this
personally
is one
participating?
of the worst reporters that you'll ever. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to
Did he just
try
do
and make
that?
sure of that. But
Hold on. Here we go.
Please. I think.
Right.
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
Right here.
All right. Go ahead.
In the ceasefire
This is
negotiations.
CNN speaking, by the way. So,
Are you personally
this is one
participating?
of the worst reporters that you'll ever. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa or
Teresa, don't lose brain cells. Teresa, are you okay?
organizers and funders who are located
It's
overseas?
go ahead in the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by
Local Brana says Trump is a boss. He is
the great white hope. The great white hope.
By many, many countries. That's
many
right.
countries as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me, you know? Perhaps they will.
President Trump personally participating in the ceasefire negotiations.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of health care subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
All I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to. Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger, even.
Kim Marie. Good point, Kim. Really good point, Kim. And Mia. W. Kim. Mia. Kimia. Sounds like a city in Russia somewhere or somewhere out there. Kimia. W. She said, Kim Marie says, how many questions did Biden take from reporters? That's a goose egg, guys. You guys know what a goose egg is? And then, by the way, speaking about Biden, can you guys tell me what this is right here? What is this? Can you guys hear that? You guys know what that is? I'm gonna play it I'll play the rest of it so you know what it is. Mia, I gave him a button, dude. Something dying, blue Biden button. Yeah, dude. You ready?
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Wow, bro. That's this right here. Guys, that's this right here.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
I made it. I gave it a button.
Thank you, President.
That's your boy Biden. That's your boy Biden. After 4 years of goose eggs, he got up on stage and gave us this. And you guys try to shove him on us for another 4 years.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
Oh, bro. You gave us him for 4 years. We had nothing, bro. We knew nothing about what was going on with our country. Nobody did. He didn't even know. The elites were the ones running our country. The elites are the ones that picked your president or candidate for presidency 3 times in a row. Deshaun is right. President Autopen, not Biden. President AP. President Autopen. Live and direct. Well, not live and direct. Sorry. But you get it. And then you tried to slam him in back into presidency for another 4 years by paying off anyone and bribing anyone that you could to say what?
Start your tape right. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
You bribed everyone and paid everyone to say this.
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
Look, look, if we finally beat Medicare, look,
this.
If we finally beat Medicare.
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
We're not going to forget that, dude. You literally try to slam that on us for another 4 years, bro. That's fascism. You guys, your elites picking these people and then trying to put people with nothing was there, no brain activity, a little bit of heartbeat, just enough so we can control this man that's in office, and the power of the auto pen. Let's keep going.
If it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and many.
W. Tamara, bro. W. Tamara. And then Sanazi said earlier here, what did she said? She said, you're right, Tamara. What did she say? Agree, Tamara, with what? Tamara. The past 2 never spoke to anyone, just went on vacations, and people assumed everything was fine. Now we have a president that speaks truth to us, and everyone blames him for everything. Deshaun says, I didn't even know we were at war with Medicare. 9%, Loca Brenna says 9% inflation. It's insane. 9% inflation is insane. W. Tamara. Man, we beat Medicare. I guess, we beat Medicare, bro. Biden has an only fee. Oh my God, bro. What's up, Dan? Oh my
mental
God.
Institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out, okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today?
France is a disaster, letting all those immigrants, illegal immigrants into France, and then letting those immigrants that are in France onto boats and sending them off to England. Dude. And then Mia, are you guys getting a lot of this these kind of illegal immigrants coming, or like the Muslims or whatever it is coming to your country too? I'm curious. I haven't heard much about that.
Today, tomorrow. And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Min says they're all doctors and engineers, bro. Oh my God, please. It's all over Europe except for wonderful, wonderful Poland. You guys have seen my reel that I made of Poland. You guys saw Poland, bro, right? You guys saw my reel on Poland. It's at like 5 million views right now. You guys seen this, right? W Poland on this one. W Poland. You guys ready for this? Look at this. Look at this one right here. I'm on it right now. This one in the middle of your screen. Look at this one right here. 5 million views. It just hit 5 million. Min is right. Poland is getting it done. Yeah, everyone can learn from Poland, guys. Ready? Let me play this. Let's play it from the beginning. 1, 2, 3.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
0.
And you're proud of that?
If you are asking me about Muslims' illegal immigration, none, not even one, will come to Poland. Not even one if it's illegal. We took over 2 million Ukrainians who are working, who are peaceful in Poland. We will not receive even one Muslim because this is what we promised.
But I asked not about illegal
failed.
Immigrants, I asked about refugees. And Jean-Claude Juncker, the Commission President, says that you're racist. You sound proud of the fact that you haven't taken any refugees.
Of course, because this is what our people are expecting from our government. That's number one. This is why our government was elected. But this is why Poland is so safe. This is the reason why we had not even one terrorist attack. Look at the streets in Poland, and we can be called populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
How many refugees?
Love that. I care about my family and my country. You can call us racist. You can call us nationalists. You can call us whatever you want.
Muslims living with Sikhs, problem. Muslims living with Hindus, problem. Muslims living with Baha'is, problem. Muslims living with Shintos, problem. Muslims living with Buddhists, problem. Muslims living with Christians, problem. Muslims living with Muslims, very big problem. So this led to, they're not happy in Gaza. They're not happy in Egypt. They're not happy in Libya. They're not happy in Iran. They're not happy in Iraq. They're not happy in Yemen. They're not happy in Pakistan. They're not happy in Syria. They're not happy in Lebanon. They're not happy in Nigeria. They're not happy in Kenya. They're not happy in Sudan. They're not happy in Morocco. And they're not happy in Afghanistan. So where are they happy? They're happy in Australia. They're happy in Belgium. They're happy in France. They're happy in Holland. They're happy in Italy. They're happy in Germany. They're happy in Spain. They're happy in Sweden. They're happy in Denmark. They're happy in the USA and Canada. They're happy in Norway and India. They're very happy in England. Loads of welfare benefits. They're happy in almost every country that is not Islamic. And who do they blame? Not Islam. Not their leadership. Not themselves. They blame the countries they are happy in. And they want to change the countries they're happy in to be like the countries they came from where they were not happy. Muslims.
The sad part about all of it is Tamara says they'll be happy when they take over the rest of the world. And my opinion is they will not be happy when they take over the rest of the world. They are not happy in places that are run by Islam, where the government is Islamic. They're not happy there. That's why they leave and they come, all of them come here. Because they're not happy in those places. Because when they're run by those kind of governments, they, for whatever reason, they're not happy. And they want to come here, and then they want to make this like those places. And then they won't be happy again. They'll be back to square one. So... no assimilation. Mia says, I was happy in Palestine as a Christian. Mia, you're Palestinian? Are you Palestinian? Or maybe I'm missing the conversation.
Negotiation.
Go ahead. Who are you with? Who are you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you.
Abraham has a lot to say. Let's see. Abraham, 2 million Iraqis were happy and alive before the false war on terror by the West. Actually, Abraham, I had at the when I was growing up and when all this stuff was happening, one of my best friends was Iraqi, and they were not happy. The government of Iraq was terrorizing its own people and killing its own people. They were not happy. I could tell you that. So you're wrong there. Majorly disagree with you there. And then Abraham says, Muslims are happy in the Middle East unless Israel is carrying out terrorist attacks against Qatar, Lebanon. No, they're not. They're not happy in the Middle East, or else they wouldn't be coming here as probably the biggest. They're the people that immigrate the most to these European countries and our country. Muslims reintroduced Jews to the Holy Land 1,500 years ago. Yeah. Yeah.
You originally, if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to
across
do it.
Western
I think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done, okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes, President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
President, are you planning on remotely participating in this?
On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We don't have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please. Blue dress, blue.
President, Rebecca with Blaze News. I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham. He's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but he
Oh, I
is,
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seamus, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names you mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you. So I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back, please.
Proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee at Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that, and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think you could stay a little longer, but you know, the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably, like a waste of time even talking to them. But I have to go now to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances, so we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes while we have all these great people? And I'll let Pam and Christy take over and get some good points out. I just want to thank the people around the table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through on the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation. We have a nation that's right now the hottest in the entire world. We're the hottest nation in the world, despite all of the things we've been saying today. But that's going to make your job easier.
What's up, Abby?
Because nobody's doing better than we are financially. We've never done better. We've had, I think, 58 stock market increases since I've been top, meaning record increases. We have never seen anything like it, and we're going to keep it going. That makes it a little bit easier for what we're doing. I guess maybe it also makes some people crazy because they don't want to see us do well. But we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and we were a dead nation 1 year ago. I say it all the time. We were a dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's said to by every leader. One of the reasons that we have every country already signed up or just about to sign, every country in the world on this whole mess we have going over with Hamas and the Middle East and all of the things you see, is they respect our nation. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to get it. You certainly couldn't have gotten it with Biden. You didn't know where the hell he was. But a year ago, you wouldn't have been able to have a situation like this. So I just want to thank the people around this table, and certainly the officials around the table, because they've been incredible. They've been brave. And I watched yesterday, Pam, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was so good. I rounded up, and I watched it late in the evening because I thought you were fantastic yesterday. You really, look, you had some wonderful senators, some great politicians asking you very fair questions, and you had some real slime balls. But I thought you were amazing, so thank you very much. And Christy, thanks for the great job. Cash, thanks for the great job. Always my man back down there. He's the silent type, but he's a hell of a lawyer. Thank you all. We're going to get peace in the Middle East. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much, everybody.
From Madrid, Spain. Roy Case has a report from Reuters. Where is this? Where is that coming from? He's not with Reuters, so I just heard there's a Reuters report. Maybe I can find it for you. Give me a moment.
It looks like there might be a Gaza ceasefire happening any moment, so I'm keeping an eye out on that right now. If that pops up, I'm gonna pop that in here so we can look at it live and see what the heck is going on.
Okay, great. And he applauds me, and he blesses us every day.
Who?
God.
You do. You're doing it now.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You hate your own race.
You hate. I don't like people, no matter what color they are, that you hate.
Then why are you spewing hate?
I don't spew hate. I don't go.
You're doing that right now. You hate white people.
No. Okay, not all white people feel the way that you do.
And not all black people feel the way that you do either.
No, that's true. But guess what? The fact that you say racist doesn't exist when it exists.
It does not. Are you a racist?
No, I'm not racist.
How do you know it doesn't exist then? How do you know is it? How do you know?
My kids are
how
black.
do you know that it exists?
My kids are black.
That doesn't mean anything.
It does.
It doesn't.
I see it by my friends. I see it on TV.
Bill Clinton been accused of having a black son. He a racist. Hillary denied Bill Clinton alleged son. So,
Surfer Dude is saying, do you think Israel will actually uphold the ceasefire? Yeah. And I also think that Palestinians are the ones that don't uphold their ceasefires, or they're the ones that provoke. They need to stop provoking, dude. Hopefully we get Hamas out of there, and then we could see if there can be something new. And hopefully Palestinians can make that new thing work, because nothing over there has worked. No kind of government that they've had, Hamas or not Hamas, none of it has worked. None of it has worked. Hamas and whatever was there before Hamas, none of those governments ever worked. So hopefully whatever comes after a possible ceasefire, maybe that will work. Hopefully. But, I mean, that's to be determined. But that's what you should talk about. That's what you guys should be talking about. Yep. So. Yep. Whatever it was, it didn't work. And it's unfortunate, but it didn't work. Whatever it was, it did not work. And hopefully what comes next ends up working.
Oh, that doesn't.
Fingers are crossed. Fingers are crossed. But that's what needs to be discussed.
To me, you're not.
Yep.
Just because you married a black baby, a black man, and have black babies, that doesn't mean that you don't hate black people. What are you talking about? You out of your mind?
I don't hate black people.
Yes, you do.
So I hate black people and I hate white people.
You hate me too. You hate me because I don't fit into your little phony black world. You think you're black, but you're still white in the eyes of black people, believe me.
I don't hate anybody.
Yes, you do.
I don't like what you do.
You hate me. You're a hater.
I feel like you're a disgrace.
You hate me.
Your own race.
No, you are. You the one married a black man. You ain't see. Hey, Heather. You hate your own race. You don't see me married to a white woman.
Are you married at all?
You don't see me. You don't see me being married to a white woman, but I see that you're married to a black man. You hate your race.
That's because I'm married to a black man?
Yes.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Well, you just said a stupid thing by saying that I hate my own race.
I know.
And Johnson to be arrested.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker to be. President Trump this morning called for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker to be jailed for, quote, failing to protect ICE officers. What is your response?
You a hater.
Well, first of all, this president is unstable, unhinged, a double-minded individual that, quite frankly, is a threat to our democracy. And it's certainly not the first time that Donald Trump has called for the arrest
The Blair Witch says, is this just random garbage channel? To be determined. I guess you got to spend a little time so you can see for yourself. Because that's a very subjective question. Love to have you. Come on in, Blair Witch. Thank you for subscribing.
Of a black man unjustly. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay firm as the mayor of this amazing city, which was voted 9 years in a row the best big city in America. And we're going to defend all of Chicago.
Yes, Blair, you may not agree. We may not agree with you. You may not agree with us. I may not agree with you. You may not agree with me. But we talk about it and we're cool. And we get along. We got people from all sides and we hang out, we chill out. And we talk about stuff, which is good. It's not an echo chamber, that's for sure.
Yeah, and to be clear, he's also calling for the governor, J.B. Pritzker, to be jailed as well.
Okay, number one, being voted the best big city means nothing. Okay, because the people doing that vote does not come from the people of
That's a good point, Mia.
Chicago. It comes from private companies and magazines. And are we really going to give any...
She did beat yours.
credence to that talking point from the mayor? It's interesting that that's what he reached for. Yeah. And secondly, there's nothing racial about this. This is about incompetence and putting the people of Chicago in harm's way. Sooner or later, something has to happen to this mayor, like getting him voted out of office.
Abraham says, this channel seems to be all over the place. Yes, and I take pride in that because I'm not just sticking to one simple little thing. I bounce around. I'm listening we're doing all kinds of stuff. And the motto of my channel is discovery through live streams. That's it. That's all it is. You know what I mean? That's all it is. And Deshaun is right. Yep.
Office impeachment. Now, unfortunately, Chicago, based on their laws, that's not going to happen. And that's why he has the lowest approval rating in history as mayor of Chicago. Now, here's what the president had to say.
Nobody's after you, bro. Nobody's after you.
Just moments ago.
Did you get triggered? Did you get triggered?
Satan is your daddy. That's amazing. What the? What the? That's a lie.
On his roundtable on Antifa about the mayor and the governor. Take a listen.
This low IQ mayor gets up. I mean, he got up. He's got a 5% approval rating. And the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military. Send in anybody you want.
Connor says, are we ready to talk it yet? Don't know what that means. The Blair says, I don't mean to be rude on your channel. All good. We're not getting any feelings hurt. You're good. You can keep going. You're chill. Mia says they, them, the. I missed it. Oh, is that what he meant? Are we ready to take it yet? Connor says, are we ready to talk about it yet? Talk about what? Talk about what?
Stop the crime. And they
Abraham wants to go to the next topic. Abraham says, next topic, please. Abraham, are you trying to get to Islam? Are you trying to convert us to Islam, Abraham? Is that what you're trying to do?
They're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that. 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of time actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered. And
so here's the question for you guys to answer in the comment section below. Do you believe the mayor should be arrested or at a minimum removed from office? And should the
89,000 seconds, bro. Oh, dude. Is that the timeout? Did you put someone on timeout yet? Did you just do it? Or oh, you're talking about Abraham? Or who? Is your choice whether you convert to Islam or not. Oh, I was right, bro. Abraham's trying to convert us to Islam, bro. I was right. He says, next topic, please. I said, are you trying to convert us to Islam? He says, it is your choice whether you convert to Islam or not. Abraham, I got you, bro. We're not trying to convert to Islam, bro. We're not going to do it. Don't try to make us, don't force us, bro. Please. No, don't do it.
Governor have that same fate as well, because I'm not too sure they care about keeping the people of Chicago safe at this point. Just look at their rhetoric, look at their behavior, signing an executive order establishing ICE-free zones. Are you kidding me? What type of leader?
I could feel it coming, bro. He's trying to like ease us into it. You know what I mean? He's like he wants to slow walk it. Just kind of little by little.
Does things like that. I mean, you're clearly signaling to criminals to continue to do what they do. But understand something. The Trump administration is not backing down, just so we're all clear. Now, here is the other excuse.
Should I play him the Islam clip? Has he seen it yet? He's going to run if I play it. He's going to lose it. He will lose it, guys, if I play my Islam reel. What do you guys think? Should I play my Islam reel for him? The one that has like 4 million views? Should I play it for him? Abraham, if I play I made a reel. It has like 4 million, I think 3 or 4 million views. If I play it, you promise not to leave? Do you promise not to leave? You have to promise. Not that I really care. I'm just having fun. But do you promise not to leave? Oh, Connor says, are we ready to talk about the radical Islamic ideology groups dividing our country under the guise of genocide and racism? Yes, I think we are. And where's Abraham? Where'd he go? Did he already left, or he's going to look at my reel before he even agrees? Is that what he's doing? He ran to go look at it. If I play the reel, you promise not to leave? Dan says, play it. We're here. We're ready to hear the truth. Play it. Yeah, I'm gonna play it, bro. Come on. Yes, Connor, we're ready, bro. We're ready, bro. Let's do it. Tyler was a Mormon. Muhammad is dead. Gandhi is dead. Buddha is dead. Jesus is alive. Jesus is king. We ran him off, guys. I think he went to look at my reel. He's afraid to commit. Come on, Abraham. Come on, man. Be a
alpha male, not a beta male.
Come on, Abraham.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. Beta male.
Come on, bro.
What the?
Come on, where'd you go?
What the? So you a gay? So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay. What the? What the?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Eric Klein is back to troll. Baby, come back. Oh, man. Yeah, he got rocked, bro. He got rocked. He's like, what am I doing? Oh, no, this is nuts. They're not going to convert. They found out that I'm trying to convert them. Before I even mentioned it, they already knew it. Yeah, bro, come on. I could smell it, dude. You're trying to convert us. I could smell it. He was trying to like ease into it. He's like going like this, kind of, ooh, 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 maybe they won't notice. Should I play it anyway, guys? Yeah, I'll play it anyway. All this talk, we got to play it. Beta come back. Elmo, Beta come back. Yes. Oh, man. Oh, my God. These guys don't even know how to, like, curse properly. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. That means he knows those surahs are contradictory. LOL. Yeah, bro. He was trying to convert us, bro, and we caught him. And he's like, dang, they're on to me. He was trying to convert us, bro. We're not doing it. Klein, make Argentina great. Klein, why are Americans being forced to subsidize Argentina? Yeah, that is kind of random. All right, here we go. I'm going to play it since we talked about it. Here we go.
Muslims living with Sikhs. Problem. Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big problem. So this led to, they're not happy in Gaza. They're not happy in Egypt. They're not happy in Libya. They're not happy in Iran. They're not happy in Iraq. They're not happy in Yemen. They're not happy in Pakistan. They're not happy in Syria. They're not happy in Lebanon. They're not happy in Nigeria. They're not happy in Kenya. They're not happy in Sudan. They're not happy in Morocco. And they're not happy in Afghanistan.
No.
So where are they happy? They're happy in Australia. They're happy in Belgium. They're happy in France. They're happy in Holland. They're happy in Italy. They're happy in Germany. They're happy in Spain. They're happy in Sweden. They're happy in Denmark. They're happy in the USA and Canada. They're happy in Norway and India. They're very happy in England. Loads of welfare benefits. They're happy in almost every country that is not Islamic. And who do they blame? Not Islam. Not their leadership. Not themselves. They blame the countries they are happy in. And they want to change the countries they're happy in to be like the countries they came from where they were not happy. Muslims living with Sikhs.
What happened to Abraham, guys? He ran for the hills. That's right, Mia. Netherlands. We gotta correct this reel. We gotta correct the reel. We gotta make a new one. A refresh, dude. Yeah. Abraham ran for the hills, bro. Tail between his legs. They found out I'm trying to convert him. Yeah, dude. What happened with our Blair Witch? The song isn't happy. He's gonna go blah, blah. Uh-oh. Blair Witch is getting crazy. Oh man. Blair Witch, chill a little bit, please. Let State Line work on that. Deshaun, confession through projection. Yep. Blair Witch came in here asking if this was a garbage chat and ended up being a garbage viewer. Ended up being garbage himself or herself or they themselves. Yeah, come on, man. We should have known. Mia was right. That entrance said it all. I'm gonna do it. How many? Oh, I think you already did it. Oh, never mind. I done did it. Rejection through projection. Rejection through progression. The beta path. Yes, sir. Sorry, State Line. I had to do it, man. I had to do it.
It's from Mayor Brandon Johnson on why.
I'm good. I'm good on that.
I guess he's kind of admitting there is a crime problem, why it exists. Take a look.
Trump. If he was serious about safety, he would not have defunded a program of $800 million that was geared towards violence prevention. He cut the AT.
You took all the money that was going to your city and you put it towards illegal aliens, bro. What are you even talking about? Your whole city came to talk against you, and you shut them down too.
EF budget by 30%. He has defunded our education system. He has defunded our transportation system. He is firing black women across this country. He's defunding our healthcare system. This president is absolutely out of control, and it's incumbent upon all of us. If there was ever a time for working people to unite in this country, now is that time. And the city of Chicago is going to stand firm in protecting humanity.
Tangerine. What the? What is going on, bro? The loonies come out of the woodwork and say the darndest things, bro. They say the darn. What did she even say? Oh my God, bro.
And protecting and defending our democracy.
All right.
All right, let's just take his logic as truth.
I know. I thought Blair would work out for us. Maybe another day, because it was a 24-hour timeout. So we'll see. Maybe he'll come back and be more chill.
Maybe he defunded them because clearly they don't work. They're not.
And notice I said they, them. God, they got to me. They're getting to me. I don't like that I'm doing that.
Getting the results that the people of Chicago demand. And these are Democrats, too, that don't like the crime in Chicago, just like what we've seen in Washington, D.C., just like what's happening in Portland, and also what happened in Los Angeles. You will not be hard-pressed to find Democrats crying about crime in their cities. And at the same time, they're also walking hypocrites because they complain about it, but still vote people like Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Don't play which video?
In. So it's just a terrible fate for these cities. Now, here is Tom Homan and what he had to say about all this. Take a look.
Governor Pritzker should be calling President Trump up and thanking him for taking over 1,000 criminal aliens off the streets of his state. The same President Trump did in Los Angeles, the same he did in Washington, D.C., the same we're doing in other cities.
Which one? They, them, energy? I don't know which one that is.
We're there to make the city safer. And you think Governor Pritzker and the Mayor Johnson, their number one responsibility is protection of communities. Remove public safety.
No, I haven't.
From the public. We're there to do that. And we're not going to stop doing it. They can stand aside and watch us do it.
Let me know which one is this, bro. Is it a good one?
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them,
oh my God.
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy.
Oh my God. What have I?
They, them, energy.
What have I been missing all my life?
They, them, energy.
Oh my God. This could be a palate cleanser for us, guys. Oh, the very end, the ending. Oh, I missed the end. Look at the end. The very end, she puts her hand on her hip. Look at this. Oh! Oh! Why do I like this so much? The very, right here. Right here. Oh, bro, this is insane. Oh my God, bro, this is... No, AI cannot do this good. No. This is insane. This is bookmarked. Thank you, State Line. God bless you, bro. Oh my goodness. The hand on the hip and the... Wow. That is strong. Damn, she went for it and did it. Alidocious Super. Yeah, dude. To think this all started with they're going to take away the fingerprints from kindergartners. Very talented. Alidocious, you're on Instagram. and all the rest of us are over here on YouTube. So you'll there's a lot more chat happening on YouTube, just FYI. In case you wanted to get involved there, because then people will be engaged a lot more. Paints. What's paints? Yeah, that's wild, dude. I have never seen this one. Moment of silence. A little palate cleanser. Them energy. It's kind of catchy, bro. What do we do here, guys? Mia, what do we do here? Mia, what do you think? Wow. Who's the swimsuit lady? That's a new one for us, bro. That's Paulina Luna. Yeah, State Line put us on her yesterday. What are we comparing? They, them energy. We're analyzing the energy. We're doing a very deep analysis right here. They, them energy. Bro, Aquariums, I'm telling you, he put us on to her, and you'd be surprised to find out what she does. You talking about this one right here, Paulina Luna. Make America Great Again. Bro, she's literally making America great again. She's making America great again, bro. She's an actual congresswoman, bro. From Florida. Can you believe it? Está bien. Paulina Luna. Paulina Luna. Right here, bro. Air Force veteran and U.S. representative for Florida's 13th congressional district. Holy cow, guys. Min says better palate cleansers. Yes, those are better. Absolutely. Whatever happened to Abe, guys? We lost Abe. He found out. Oh, man.
But we're going to be out there tonight. We're going to be out there tomorrow. And thank God for Governor Abbott. He's sending troops out there to help protect ICE officers who have over 1,000% increase in attacks. So President Trump's doing the right thing. We're going to continue doing the right thing. We are not stopping what we're doing.
All right. So allow me to share a quick message from
Heath. Yes, sir. Are you talking smoking hot right versus big fatty left? Are you talking about Paulina versus whoever's in the big shirt? We're just analyzing, just looking, just to see. We're just taking it all in, you know?
Today's sponsor, Bearskin. Yes, it is summertime right now. But responding to a police call because we know ICE officer community. Take a listen.
Judy, the judge in this case basically said that neither Miramar Martinez nor Anthony Reese pose a flight risk, and so she has ordered them freed pending their trial. Now, their case is
Aquariums, yes, bro. That's why I want to make sure you got that before you went and did whatever you had to do. Air Force veteran and a couple of other things, and now a representative.
have been jointed together in the same legal complaint, even though both were driving separate vehicles on the day in question. And according to their friends and family, they do not know each other. In court today, prosecutors describe Miramar Martinez and Anthony Reese's actions as extremely dangerous and extremely reckless, saying the two had been following the Border Patrol agent's vehicle for 20 to 30 minutes before the alleged ramming took place Saturday morning, adding that the defendants weren't in the wrong place at the wrong time. The complaint, filed in court, alleges that on October 4th, 3 Border Patrol officers acting as security detail were driving a silver Chevy Tahoe in Oak Lawn when they were aggressively pursued by what is described as a convoy of civilian vehicles. That convoy, alleges the complaint, was attempting to box them in when they were struck, first by Martinez, then moments later by Ruiz, near 39th Place in Kedzie. Martinez was shot 5 times by agents, then arrested at a repair shop a mile away, while Reese was arrested at a gas station nearby. The criminal complaint, including photos of a CBP-driven vehicle, along with photos of both Martinez's and Reese's vehicles, with damage they say is consistent with the ramming.
So essentially, now the court system has to take up cases like this instead of prosecuting the actual criminals and throwing them behind bars. We live in a country today where Democrats do not believe what these individuals are doing are a problem. They believe ICE officers are more of a problem than these 2 criminals. These 2 criminals who are taking matters into their own hand, committing crimes against law enforcement. I guess that's not a problem for them. Shocking, right? Well, I don't think it's as shocking as what the governor just had to say this morning about the president and everything happening in his great state. Take a listen.
You know as well as I do, the President of the United States in the last 24 hours called for you to be imprisoned. I want to give you an opportunity. We've seen your reaction on social media, but I want to hear what you have to say back to the President of the United States.
Well, let's start with the idea that this is a conviction.
Heath says, I am enjoying your channel immensely, and I am your common sense. Just subscribed to your channel. Thank you, Heath. W. Heath, bro. Thank you. Love it, man. Good looking out. Glad to have you, buddy.
Convicted felon. I mean, think about that. Who's threatening to jail me. I got to say, this guy's unhinged. He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator. And there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me. So come and get me.
Yeah, that's political theater at its best, right? I mean, come on. I mean, what are you, challenging a fight? Listen, this is childish behavior, unfortunately. And of course, they accuse the president of being a child, but they respond as children would respond in a lot of these situations. Instead of responding in a more reserved, and confident and calm, and level-headed approach, which we heard from the individual in charge of CPD, where he stated, hey, we cannot allow crime to go down this road. You may disagree, but taking matters into your own hands and committing crimes, we are not going to stand for it. Why is it so hard for the governor to condemn this criminal behavior against federal authorities? Well, it's hard for him to do it because he believes it's justified. We know Democrats believe political violence against their political opponents is definitely justified. All right, so now we go to our next story, and this is in regards to the Antifa, because when you're talking about justice and holding people accountable, this has been long overdue. So the president hosted a roundtable on Antifa and what they plan to do about this terrorist group, in my opinion. And here's what he had to say. Take a listen.
Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you are a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. Everything we're doing is very...
Should we boot Klein? Let's see. Klein. Talking about... Yeah. Let's boot Klein.
very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful.
Yeah, it's interesting because we were just talking about that. How Chicago is allowing people to commit crimes against federal authorities. That is lunacy.
No, the guy's trying to present his penis to girls, and that's not the type of chat we're trying to have.
Okay. Now, this is good that the Trump administration is focusing on Antifa because we've known for many, many years they are behind some of the biggest riots, violent behavior, and no one has ever held them accountable. Think of this. During the Black Lives Matter riots, not movement, riots, there were people that were arrested, but you know what happened to them in the end? They were let go and charges were dropped. Now, they always want to bring up January 6th, but what you can't argue with people who were part of more information about what
safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening.
The 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win.
Oh, dude, this is the girl from California, man. She drives me crazy, bro.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you?
They just think automatically. Did you hear her say it? She thinks she'll automatically just get votes. You see that? She's hoping for the people that vote. I will vote for anything over Trump. And Torge, I don't know how to say your name on Instagram, is saying another they them. Yeah, I mean, I think so. But what a nightmare for California, bro. This is what we're up against. Another nightmare. But they're literally Democrats go into these kind of things with another toad, yep. With no actual like substance or like anything that they stand for. They just say, oh, I'm going to just go as a Democrat. And because I'm a Democrat, I'll get the votes because Trump is the president and people will vote for anything if it's not Trump. Totally. Elmo, totally, bro. Oh my God. I know. And Torge, yeah, it's pretty rough, buddy. It's pretty rough. But let's listen to this again. Listen to what she says here.
Versus another Democrat.
I don't intend that to be the case.
If you think Gavin Newsom is dangerous, wait till you see this. Let's go ahead and play that now.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support
And Mia, guys, a girl, lady, this is this is what we have to go through in California, guys. God, Jesus, bro, it's out of control. WCG on Instagram says, no, she and others like her believe that voting is rigged in their favor. Exactly. They think it's rigged in their favor, so they're just gonna, as long as they have a heartbeat, they don't have to have anything between their ears. A heartbeat that you know, California just gonna hand it over to them. And I mean, problem is California has been doing that. How do you think we have Gavin Newsom and all this other stuff, man? It's crazy. Mia says, is that a guy? Is that a she? Yeah, it's very debatable. That's heavily debatable. And WCG, totally correct.
Already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have.
Thanks for the follow, Minjis. Thank you. Thank you.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel
you
like
need
this
them
is
to win.
unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody.
What did she just do, bro? To a simple question? What? Hold on.
Primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say.
I'm in Orange County. And in Orange County, we are not totally blue. So I understand what she means. We're not totally blue. We're on the edge of being red. In the last election, it could have gone both ways. And actually, we were red. And then at the last minute, they magically found some votes and it became blue. So
if you're from a deep blue area,
look at what she does to those reporters. She goes, wait a minute, what's going on here? Watch this.
You're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel
you
like
need
this
them
is
to win.
unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
Correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer.
That's a basic, she's just asking her questions. See, this goes back to what Charlie Kirk said. He said, listen, the people on the left cannot have actual interviews or discussions. They can't. They have to, everything has to be scripted. Everything has to be scripted. Can I play that for us really quick, guys? Look at this, please. Look at this right here. Where is my boy, dude?
It's two things. Number one, your upbringing in college campuses does not foster.
Not that one. Right here. Here we go. Ready? He exactly is talking about this right here.
I mean, how the hell do we compete? We're toast.
Part of the problem of the Democrat Party, Democrats cannot survive in long-form podcasting environments.
Why?
It's too unscripted. It's too masculine, honestly.
It's too unscripted. Exactly what she was just complaining about. Guys, what the hell? She said, just ask me the question as it's written down.
This is unnecessarily argumentative. It's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel
you
like
need
this
them
is
to win.
unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
the question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
Correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer.
Yeah, she's a psycho. Okay, I'm not a doctor, and don't look at me for a diagnosis. But guys, I'm going to continue to show you more of this. But let's just back up and.
That's what Charlie Kirk was saying, guys, the whole time.
And the Democrat Party's become too
what
feminine.
Is masculine about a podcast? Honestly, because I get the whole manosphere, this bro podcast
to go
stuff.
into the wilderness with no rules and duel it out and see who's better or who's stronger. No, seriously. I mean, like what?
Democrats
what? No, I mean, like
we don't do it.
No,
You're right. We, for whatever reason, don't do it.
You can laugh, but like, who in the Democrat Party?
We're not. You're right.
Will go. I mean, maybe Bernie Sanders, but he only went for like an hour and a
when
half.
he was a Democrat.
Well, Bobby, who's now HHS.
Yeah.
But like, there's something to be said that if you want to earn the respect of forgotten America, you have to show them that you can intellectually joust with no script, no hard breaks, no producers in the ears, no teleprompters. That's where new media is going. Yep. So what Democrats are doing is you're still playing in a very old, hyper-sanitized media environment. Right. And my advice is you got to go where it's unpredictable, where it's treacherous, where it's dangerous. Now, I would make a more provocative argument that you wouldn't necessarily resonate with, which is that you guys have not built the intellectual muscle over 30 years because you all agree with each other all the time.
Well, no.
Yeah. And Torj, exactly. She says she's about as sharp as a bowling ball. Yep. Charlie called it. He was spot on that one, dude. You guys like that? These are all my reels, guys. You guys will enjoy my reels if you dig into my reels. They're really good ones, dude. I'm not kidding you. These are really, we're talking hitters. Super viral reels in there. And we're talking millions of views. Super good hitters in there. And I'm not trying to just promote it. I'm saying that you will like them. You will actually like those reels. But Charlie called it. They're not willing to do that. Let's keep going on this.
Address the elephant in the room. If you're running to be the governor of a state that has 44 million people, 44. Now, I might say 60 million if you count the illegals, but I digress. 44 million. Yeah, I think you're going to need 40% of people who voted for Trump. I think you'll need some of them. No question about it. Now, let me just cut to the chase. More than likely, if she is the primary if she wins the primary and she's the official candidate, she'll probably become the next governor. Okay?
Thank you, Entorj. Thank you. What's up, Mo?
Accept it now. Why? Because I am not convinced there will be a Republican governor. And the last time.
Thank you, Concepcion. Thank you, bro. The chat's great, man. Love the chat, bro. This is phenomenal. This is a W for me, honestly. That's all I wanted.
Time there was, it only came in the form of a recall.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that.
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you.
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered our follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never
reporter.
had to do this before, ever.
You've never had to have a conversation with
to end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of, I'm me, I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am going to make.
So you're not going to answer questions?
Wow, we're watching a full meltdown, bro, from the literally one of the best representations of the lefty loser leader Democrats from California. This is what we have, bro. This is our leadership in California.
Okay, why don't
full meltdown, bro. She's rage quitting as we speak. Look at
When
this.
we go through, I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through. You're not going to
primary or the governor. Okay? Just accept it now.
This is called rage quitting. Full meltdown. Wow.
Why? Because I am not convinced there will be a Republican governor. And the last time there was, it only came in the form of a recall.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that.
Well, to those voters, okay, so you.
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate.
God bless them for posting all of this part of the interview. Min says, hey, Medi, move to Texas if she becomes governor. I can't leave Cali, man. I love Cali, and I want to try to do everything I can to help California get back on track. Torj on Instagram says, LOL, what a loser, bro. She's running for governor. Wow. What's up with Steve Hilton? Do you think he has a chance? I have no idea. But we're rooting for the sheriff from Riverside.
And it has answered.
But we're watching a full meltdown. I can't believe Katie Porter is doing. I can't believe this, bro. This is insane. This is. Thank God they posted this whole thing. State Line says Steve Hilton has tough competition against seated Democrats.
Well, to those voters, okay, so you.
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't
our
care.
follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question, you're going to make up a follow-up question.
Democrats. I want to have a pleasant, positive. I can't know. Don't make me feel any type of way in any. I have to have a bubble around me so nothing can ever hurt my feelings. What is going on, bro? How are people acting like this in public?
Then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a
end an
conversation
interview.
with
To end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
She goes, you never had to have a conversation with a reporter? Guys, I'm sorry if I'm rewinding this too much, but this is full-blown meltdown. This is definitely, I'm making a reel out of this. I'm going to do a good job with this one. Wow.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't
our
care.
follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question, you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a
end an
conversation
interview.
with
To end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am.
Because I'm a leader. Because I'm a leader. I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. I'm running for governor. I'm a leader. Katie Porter ends interview. She says she's never done this before. Let's see if she's a liar. I mean, we know she's a liar too. 4 different interviews. Any videos? Here's one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Cling on. I was trying to figure out what you're saying. Cling on. Yeah, dude. Major.
So, Democrat Katie Porter is running for governor in California.
Oh, it's the same
I
one.
will win.
Well, we are really bad percent of California voters to win, and you're saying no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can.
That's the same one. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, I'm not going to waste more of our time on that.
Going
to make.
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you, and I don't want this.
Dude, we didn't even see this part. Again, talking about happiness and feelings. Guys, how is this happening? This is amazing. Where's my popcorn, dude?
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am.
Because I'm a leader. I'm a leader.
I'm going to make.
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Yeah,
so nearly every legislative...
I'm a leader.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you, and I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either. I would love to continue to ask these questions so that we can show our viewers what every candidate
I'm dying
feels about
here,
every one of
dude.
these issues that they care about. And redistricting, it's a massive issue. We're going to do an entire story just on the responses to that question. And I've asked everybody the same follow-up question.
She's worse than Kamala Harris. I mean, she clearly was flustered there. Wants to end the interview. She wants to walk out of there. And it's just funny that she got that upset. So someone who's getting that upset in an interview is fit to lead, again, 44 million on paper, but probably 60 million people.
She is definitely fit to lead for Californians, for the loser, like, horrible voter pool that we have here, man. The ones that just blindly vote for anything that, as long as it's the opposite of Trump. She's fit for that, which sucks, man. We got to do something about that.
People in California, I don't know, man. Especially this story that is going viral now because this clip was going viral. I'll take over here. This is an article posted by New York Post. Representative Katie Porter scolded ex-husband's scalp with potatoes. Doesn't make sense, but when you read this, you start realizing how crazy she gets. So
what just happened?
According to the former husband, she said that he or she frequently abused him verbally, threw toys, books, and other objects at him during their marriage, even pouring scalding hot mashed potatoes on his head during a fight, according to divorce records. Okay, yeah, you guys let me know what you think about Katie Porter there. I just...
Katie Porter literally made her husband Mr. Potato Head.
Getting that upset in an interview is fit to lead, again, 44 million on paper.
Look at this. Literally made her husband Mr. Potato. He turned him into Mr. Potato Head.
But probably 60 million people in California. I don't know, man. Especially this story that is...
And for any husband that lets his woman make him a potato head, a Mr. Potato Head, that's a major...
Beta bear.
Going viral now because this clip
that's
was going
a mashup,
viral.
bro.
I'll take over here. This is an article posted by New York Post. Representative Katie Porter scolded ex-husband's scalp with potatoes. Doesn't make sense, but when you read this, you start realizing how crazy she gets. So, according to the former husband, she said that he or she...
Bro, Elmo, you're killing us, dog. A mash made in heaven.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Fucking Elmo, dog.
That's amazing.
Oh my God.
What the? That's amazing.
Frequently abused him verbally, threw toys, books, and other objects at him during their marriage, even pouring scalding hot mashed potatoes on his head during a fight, according to divorce records. Okay, yeah, you guys let me know what you think about Katie Porter there. I just, I can't get it enough. I might watch it again later on today. All right.
This makes like, these are the things in life, you know, these moments where you laugh and you just, you know, it makes everything worth it. You know, you're just like, oh yeah, okay.
So let's go to this next clip because
Bro.
CNN usually wants to bring on people and try to capitalize on this viral moment. And here is this representative out of Nevada.
Badadada says, you must a Nats fan.
He says that he doesn't mind what happened.
She was being asked whether or not she needed those votes and what she would do to entice them, and said she didn't need them. What do you make of that? Is that a good message?
Well, what I'm focused on in Nevada is actually listening and learning from the constituents that I represent. My district covers 50,000 square miles from rural Nevada to the urban communities of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. And what my constituents tell me is that today their health premiums are about to double if Congress doesn't do its job to act. They are worried about the cost of housing and childcare and groceries.
I did and not no mo. But occasionally, but you know, not like I used to. Badadada. I don't follow, bro. Let me know. Please let me know. Explain.
Groceries and energy costs. And that is why House Democrats have said, cancel the cuts, lower the cost on the American people, and let's save health care.
I'll be honest. I had I still have a Puffco. So if you know what a Puffco Pro is, you know what's up. You know what time it is. But no more. Not afraid to. I just prefer not to. And I'll tell you guys another thing. I was not like a heavy drinker, but I would, you know, have some beers and some scotch and bourbon, mostly bourbon. And when Charlie Kirk died, I stopped drinking because Charlie Kirk didn't drink and Trump never drank. And I figured, you know what, maybe that's something that I'm going to do as well. So I'm doing that right now.
By making sure that we extend these premium tax credits so that insurance doesn't double or triple on behalf of the American people. That's what Nevada.
Not trying to virtue signal or anything like that whatsoever. I don't care either way. So.
And people all across the country are concerned about, and that's what House Democrats led by Hakeem Jeffries are fighting for and standing up for here in Congress. It's time for Speaker Johnson to have
the thing I started hating about alcohol is the way it was just the more you read these days, the more you realize about how it destroys your gut and your microbiome and all this stuff. And apparently it like destroys your microbiome, and every day you have to start over building your beneficial bacteria in your gut and all this stuff. And the way it kind of just messes with you for, when you wake. Dude, I wake up early. I do a lot, guys. You guys don't know like what goes behind this. Like, as I think about this for 1 second, like I literally have been I've been 6 hours and 54 minutes, 7 hours live today. I run 3 businesses. Again, I have 5 businesses if you count, all of them. Depends how you count them. But I just, I wake up early. I like to take pictures of sunrises. I'm a photographer too. It just, if I do this, that, and the other, it just jacks it all up, man. And it's just too much. It's too much, man. And then like the temporary buzz I get in the moment is fun. But I don't know if it outweighs the, whatever. So.
Respect for the American people and reopen Congress so that we can do our job.
I think she might want to sit down for a meeting with him because CNN tried to lead him on with a particular question and he wasn't buying it. You would think if you want to be the governor of the state of California, that you'd learn that same trick politically. Listen, all politicians do that. If they don't want to answer a question, they go back to their main talking point or whatever the unified message is.
I would say, Stuart, yes. I think the harder it is, the older you get, but it's not that. Honestly, it was easier on me now than it was before. But I would say I think the times we're in now, you know that right now people drink way less proportionally to the population. People drink way less than 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And I think that's because of all the stuff that we're figuring out about the alcohol. How, yeah, like what Surfer said, it's literally poison, and just, I don't know, man. And then with weed, dude, like if you look at what Andrew Huberman says, the way the effects it has on the cells in your body, it's crazy. It trips you out. So anyway,
right now, as you guys heard, that's the Democrats' unified message right now. Is it resonating? I don't think so, but that's just me. But clearly, she's not ready.
And in Torge, good on you, Medication. I wish you much success on your journey. Much respect to you on your decision to quit alcohol. Thank you. Good looking out, sir. Thank you very much.
And that's why.
But again, it's not a hard thing. I'm not a hard quit. Not a every once in a while, if I want to, I will. But like, I don't know. I haven't since Charlie Kirk. So
she said this is her first time sitting down and having to do. I mean, what a way to show that you're not ready. Listen, we all make mistakes. I get that, but she is unhinged. We're way past mistakes with her. Okay, based on her situation personally. Okay, now
gummies hit different than smoke. Gummies hit different. It's just a weird. I never understood that kind of a buzz.
Let's go to Fox News version of this interview and what they had to say.
It is the bare minimum in politics that you should be able to analyze your own race and that you should be able to speak to.
Holy cow, guys. Let me zoom in here. Whoa. Totally. Where's Elmo? Totally, bro. What the heck is going on? Do I need to do this? Palate cleanser. That's right, Mia. Next to... Oh, J-Mo, sorry, bro. Oh, sorry, bro. Dude, I had to do it. Oh, my God, bro. Wow.
The 40% of voters who might not otherwise agree with you. Presumably, she would like to be the governor for all Californians, which includes those 40%. She can't even countenance a follow-up question on that. And I think the most telling sentence in here is she says, "I've never had to do this ever." What kind of bubble do you live in if you have not received a follow-up question? How have you been isolating yourself from every single person who might ask you something tough when it is literally your job to answer to reporters and to constituents? I would encourage everyone to ask her more and more questions because she needs so much practice at this.
All right.
I'm just amazed by this interaction.
Yeah, I just think it's fascinating. Don't get into politics if you can't answer tough questions. I think that is a fair thing to say. And that takes us to our next update, which is also election related. Jay Jones, the Democrat candidate for Attorney General out of Virginia. Well, Nancy Pelosi went on CNN earlier today and they asked her about him. And I think you guys won't be shocked by her response. Take a listen.
There is a Democrat running for Attorney General who's embroiled in a scandal over text messages in which he, the Democrat, said that the GOP Speaker of the House of Delegates should get 2 bullets to the head for how he paid tribute to a former moderate Democratic lawmaker who died. He has apologized. Should he get out of the race?
Well, that's up to the people, the leaders in Virginia. They have said he has apologized. What I understand is they say that on balance he's the better person to be Attorney General. But that's up to them. But I wish there would be enough fuss.
Did that go over Stewart's head? Palate cleanser? Did that go over his head? Stewart, do you know... Stewart, do you you ever go to get like cologne and then they give you like that little cup of coffee? Is it not a cup of coffee, like a coffee beans in between so you could cleanse your palate between? Oh, you're being silly. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right, bro. Yeah. We call that our palate cleanser here, bro, on the channel. We have a couple palate cleansers just to kind of snap us out of whatever we're doing. And one of them is we have visual and audible palate cleansers. Yeah, and one of them is that. You know, those are the coffee beans between the sniffing of the cologne when you're buying cologne. I know.
Of all the times that people have said they were going to put a bullet in my head, right in public, in the public
I think
domain.
it's because of that. That's one of the reasons I wanted to ask you that. You are somebody who knows all too well in a horrific way.
We have to get rid of that kind of language. I mean, it's just not appropriate.
If you were Abigail Spanberger, who's the Democrat running for governor race?
Oh, that's up to the...
He has apologized. Should he get out of the race?
Oh, that's up to the people, the leaders in Virginia. They have said he has apologized. What I understand is they say that on balance he's the better person to be Attorney General. But that's up to them. But I wish there would be enough fuss of all the times that people have said they were going to put a bullet in my head right in public. In the public
I think
domain.
it's because of that. That's one of the reasons I wanted to ask you that. You are somebody who knows all too well in a horrific way.
We have to get rid of that kind of language. I mean, it's just not appropriate.
If you were Abigail Spanberger, who's the Democrat running for governor, would you call on him to step aside?
But she has to do what she has to do. She's going to be governor. She's running very well. Everybody's very proud of her candidacy. And her race is her race, and her state is her state, and it's up to her. I really don't get involved in other people's races, that the mayor of New York, that this, of that. It's up to the people in that state, and I respect their judgment and wish them well. And she and Mikey Sherrill will both be new women governors, and I'm very excited about that.
All right, so point number one, the fact that they are refusing to call for him to drop out of the race is nothing short of disaster. And why is that? That means every step of the way so far, Democrats are continuing to double down and embrace this type of rhetoric. You would think, given what recently happened to Charlie Kirk, that common sense would say that they would come out and say, hey, you know what, we're calling for him to drop out. Now, obviously, people have already voted through the mail. So even if he was to drop out, does that mean they won't vote for him? Who knows? But I wouldn't expect anything less from Nancy Pelosi. But let's get to some results, right? Because Fox News published this poll where they showed the media coverage surrounding Jay Jones. And I think it's going to be interesting for you to see.
And towards, yeah, bro, palate cleanser.
In an off-year election,
Yeah, for
63 seconds coverage on NBC, nothing on the other two big networks, nothing on PBS. It's like this never happened.
Well, that is not surprising in any way, because most of the corporate media view their job as existing to help out the Democrat Party with their campaigns. And so it happens on literally every issue, whether it's an actual race and a candidate that they're trying to help out. We know that if this were a Republican candidate, it would be leading every single news show, and every Republican official in America would be forced to ask about it. We now have a situation in the Democrat Party where there's open support for left-wing violence, and nobody's really getting asked hard questions.
Well, they may not want to ask hard questions because we saw what happened with the candidate out of California, how she almost flipped out on that investigative journalist for just asking basic questions. But I digress. Take a look at this from Guy Benson. He put this up. New York Times coverage of the Jay Jones, quote, I want to shoot evil Republicans in the head and also murder their fastest children scandal in Virginia. All the news that's fit to print. Look at that. You go search up New York Times, you will not find Jay Jones as a leading story in those text messages. But what you will find are other stories that have nothing to do with this election. It's crazy. It's manipulation of information. Some people say it's election interference. But this is the power of the media. This is why I continue to bring up this particular story, because people need to know about this. This is who Jay Jones really is. In private, we get to see who you are. Okay, in front of the cameras, that's a whole nother thing. Okay, so let's hear from you guys in the comment section below to these stories today. Let's start with the California candidate running for governor. She psycho, right? Do you believe? And by the way, here's a
man. Holy cow. We got Discord going. We're gonna get that dialed in a little bit more. And once I figure this thing out, because we're gonna get people that can manage the Discord for us and help us, moderate that. And once we do get it dialed in, we'll be doing more Discord stuff. I don't know. Are you guys how many of you guys are into Discord? Any of you guys? No? State line is? Okay. This is another palate cleanser.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
He did do a damn thing.
You read the New Yorker, if you can't handle it, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And
with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Yep. So there we have that. And then I'm going to finish this off with one more video, and then I'm going to call it quits for this, which is the morning stream. Actually, this was the morning stream. And then we're going to go, is it the same haircut, bro? Do I have the same haircut as Morning Joe? And then we'll come back on the evening, and then we'll see how kind of that goes. But because we got a few things going on. We got a ceasefire happening, so really curious to see what happens there. Let's see here, bro.
I believe there will come a time not too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover. I believe there will come a time not too far from now when the British people,
this part right here,
true British people, will have to make very difficult choices.
Right here.
Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way.
I pulled her up, guys. Katie Hopkins when she was younger. Saw a few, let's see. She gained weight too, by the way. Should I show you the picture where she gained and lost weight? MWZ, welcome. You're from England? And is everything we're seeing on TV pretty legit or what? I mean, I watch Charlie Veach, so I've been seeing that stuff, dude. It's pretty wild. Palate cleanse, let's go, baby. Benjamin Hopkins' cousin. So she, I think, gained and lost weight, but I mean, I don't know. There we go. Well, let's bring it back. Right there. Anna Paulina Luna. Here we go. Yeah. Yep. Okay, guys. I don't want to call it I hate calling it. I hate stopping the stream. I hate it, to be honest, guys. I do hate it. I do hate it. But I do need to grab a bite to eat. I gotta take care of myself a little bit, and then I'll be back on. I'll go. I'm gonna call it on this stream. We're gonna cut it real quick, and then I'll go handle some things, and I'll be back on. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much. That was a fun chat today. Another phenomenal session. Probably one of my longest streams I've done. This is my longest stream so far, guys, with you guys. Literally my longest stream with you guys. 7 hours and 14 minutes straight. Holy cow. I'll catch you guys in a little bit, yeah? Thank you guys so much. That was so fun. I don't want to stop. I still don't want to quit. All right, see you soon.